All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently April 25th. Lots to discuss here as we're set to progress. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. All right, so we got a lot happening on the docket today. Obviously, Meta is the big one under pressure right now in the pre-market off of earnings gapping down. We're set to take profits on our 450 Meta put. That's looking to go somewhere between, again, this is a one contract lotto play. If we open up at 419, we should be somewhere between 500 and 540% gain on that one contract. So that's a nice little trade there. You also have weakness in Lam Research. That's gapping slightly down. You have weakness in Service. Excuse me. Service Now. That is gapping down from 746 down to 713. And then you also have weakness in IBM. That's gapping down from 184 down to 160. So tremendous amount of weakness. It's not just Meta. You look at the daily chart, massive gap down on IBM. It's actually into a really good support zone, IBM. So it's interesting to see that price action. I do have a buyable level on IBM, but honestly it's a little bit lower. It's around the 160 and change, 160.39, 160.30, in and around that range. I have a buy level on IBM, so keep that 160.30 range on watch. That's where I'd like to enter it for a little bit of a day trade bounce. In terms of Meta's daily chart, obviously if we look at things on the daily, I'm just doing some work here on my other screens as well. Your daily 100 moving average is sitting at 372, and then you're slicing through the weekly 20. Obviously, you tap that gap around that 400 zone. You actually think you had it at 399, but 394 is an interesting area. That's completely fills that gap. But really, I'm liking 383.30 as a long level on Meta. The level I'm looking at on Meta is this previous high pivot. If we flush down to there, I'd go long for a day trade bounce. Mark that gap. Again, Service Now, that's another one that's slightly weak on the session, gapping down. If this one triggers, I mean, this could have a pretty big breakdown down to 580. Look at Lam Research, LRCX. That one as well is also weak on the session, slightly, but not terribly weak. Not terribly weak. QQQ obviously has triggered that intraday head and shoulders, so I'm in the mood where it's a little bit risky going long, so I think it's a short the pop kind of day. Where any significant pop in the market, I think it's a shorting opportunity. Again, head and shoulders has triggered on the Qs. You've actually fulfilled the downside target, but the question is, do people get spooked ahead of the other big boy earnings? Still have a whole host of earnings today that we have to be mindful of. So obviously the big one on deck, Mr. Microsoft. And then you also have Google after the bell. So Microsoft, Google are the big heavyweight mega caps set to report. And there's also a lot of other companies mixed in around that. Screen blurry. Oh, let me just see if I can update the... Alright, I just turned the KBS. I guess that's part of my routine. I need to update that KBS, kilobytes per second, every single stream via the streaming software. So hopefully it clears up now. So markets are set to gap down quite substantially here on the Qs. Very big gap down set to take place. So a close of 426.51 on the Qs yesterday, now down to 419.37. Major gap down. daily chart, you do have some support on the Qs. You're coming back into that EMA 113. So I'm going to look for a potential bounce there. If you lose that area, then you have your previous gap fill where there should be some liquidity sitting there. But I mean, it's not a good looking chart right now for the Qs. Meta getting a nice little pop here. Would I go long Nvidia? Hit yesterday's low? No, not quite yet. I'd wait for either double bottom or a pierce of double bottom. That's what gets me interested in on Nvidia. Really a pierce of that double bottom. You know, it does look like Nvidia wants to tap its weekly moving average, its weekly 20, which is sitting at 717. So maybe they flush it into its earnings and then they pop it on earnings. That's a scenario that I'm looking at. Google's going to be under pressure today. I do have a buyable level on Google, but it's lower. Bitcoin's under pressure. Does Tesla good for long? Yeah, Brian, Tesla does look good for long. My members know I'm already long Tesla. We took profits yesterday on our Tesla long, but riding still an in-the-money position with a break-even stop, so it's risk-free. I really don't care what Tesla does at this point. I'd like for it to push up some more since I have common shares long. But again, my average is sitting at 148.83 long Tesla. So I'm just going to take it slow. Obviously, I'm going to take profits on my Meta put off the open. And then I just want to see how buyers react around this level on the Qs. It's a big, big level. And obviously, we are coming up into that downside measured move. So we should see, we'll see if some buyers start to step up in this range. But a head and shoulders has triggered, and it does suggest that there's more downside in the Qs. Okay guys, so I'm taking profits on my Meta put at the open. Apple's looking fairly strong. That one's probably going to be due for a continuation move. Nat gas under a little bit of pressure this morning. We do have inventories today. Again, crypto stocks are under pressure. Looks like Bitcoin wants to test 60K today, so watch for potentially short trades on Coinbase, MicroStrategy. We obviously caught a nice one yesterday. But I'm going to be taking my profits on Meta at the open, roughly here in a few minutes. Again, right now Meta's trading down around the 420 zone, so our 450 put is deep in the money. Should be opening somewhere around 500%. And again, that was one lotto play contract that we did yesterday. I do have some long levels on stocks, but not quite yet. I do have a long level on Meta, but it's not quite yet. Apple showing some resiliency right now. The Dixie's obviously pumping. Yields are pumping. Alright guys, markets are open. I just closed my Meta put from 610 a contract all the way to 29.60. That's a 378% gain on Meta. Nice little job. You can see the Qs are weakening here. Adobe trying to firm up. S&P still weak. QQQ seeing some buyers off that gap fill. Look at Apple go. Apple's looking resilient. So massive gap down in Meta at the moment. That was a good little win. Adobe's trying to firm up. Nat Gas trying to firm up. IBM still weak. I have some tradable levels on IBM as well, guys, so just be paying attention. I know there's a lot of movers in the market right now. There's a lot of movers. Apple's just ripping though. Apple ripping. Microsoft obviously gapping down quite substantially. Amazon gapping down. Google gap down. So everything across the board is gapping down, and the Qs are getting it's a little bit of minor buy pressure at the moment, but still seeing a lot of sell side. Apple's still phenomenally strong, looking to press a bit higher in the near term. QQQ still trying here. Nat Gas trying to firm up. SPY still at the lows. Qs are going lower. Alright, we're hitting some support here. 417.90, guys, gets me interested on the Qs. 417.90 gets me interested on the Qs along. Alright, I'm just going to go common shares because it's riskier doing options today. I'm just going to go common shares along the Qs. At 417.90 will be my first position. I'll add to it at 416.97. So basically $1 lower. Meta's still coming in sharply. Again, I took profits on my Meta put. Cat bouncing off the lows. Yep, Caterpillar was also under pressure. Meta's still draining the Qs at the moment. S&P is coming up into its first support zone here. S&P is now tagging support. I'm still looking at a long on the Qs, but it needs to go a tiny touch lower. A lot of stocks under pressure. A lot of red on the screen today. Ford's green, Intel's green, Apple's green. Adobe under pressure. Boeing's trying to make a little bit of a reversal, guys. Boeing is trying to make a reversal. EQT, guys, our $40 calls on EQT are almost in the money. S&P trying to bounce here. Meta's still substantially down in the session. Apple's still trying to remain firm and strong. Nvidia's trying to bounce here. Nice little reversal on Nvidia. Qs are getting a bit of a bid. I never took a position. The only thing I closed was my Meta put for a lovely over 300% gain. 378 to be exact. Qs are trying to bounce here. Meta's still at the lows of the session. No bounce yet. Let's take a look at Caterpillar. Yep, Caterpillar obviously gapping down 7%, bouncing pretty sharply here. Bouncing pretty sharply here on Cat. See Nvidia. Nvidia trying to firm up here, but I still think Nvidia can go lower. S&P going lower. QQQ still stabilizing there. Mara down 7%, getting clapped. A lot of weakness. Amazon down 4.5 right now. Nvidia holding steady, only down half. Tesla's trying to firm up. So QQQ getting a little bit more of a bounce now. Same thing with the S&P. IBM's trying to hold steady. Still have a long level on IBM, but it's a bit lower. It's a bit lower. Still looking at IBM, but it is lower. Qs are down 1.75. Apple's green. AVGO green. Nat gas slightly down. Canopy or marijuana stocks getting hit today. Snapchat's getting hit, down 4.5%. Coca-Cola is green today. Scrolling through some of the S&P 500 stocks. Still no long yet on the Qs. I'm waiting patiently because we got a little bit of a bounce there. It does suggest that we can even move lower now. I still like that 417.90 zone, guys. Boeing going lower. Just pulled a monster win off of BLO. Take a look at this chart that we were long with members for quite a long time. And we just pulled off 78%, 78.5%. I just sold my BLO. This is the marijuana breathalyzer. So this was a kind of a safety play, a little bit of an unorthodox play in the market. As I saw Canopy Growth, Aurora, a lot of marijuana stocks catching a bid, decided to accumulate this name. I've been holding it for a sizable time here, really all the way back here since July, but nice pop. We just took profits 78%. Our average was at 27 cents there. All right, let's look at the Qs again. So nice job on that trade, members. If you were able to catch that with us, good job. Gas still struggling here. Apple ripping. Tesla's going to green. So QQQ is catching a bit of a bid here. I still think that there's a scenario where we can short a bit of a pop here. I'm just waiting for another signal. I'm looking at maybe shorting Google pop because communication stocks are weak on Meta. Do you think Meta will eventually fill the gap? Yes, I do. I do think that Meta will fill that gap eventually. But just be patient. Just be patient. Qs are trying to firm up a touch here. Boeing going lower. Nat gas still weak. Oil at the moment is just holding steady at 82.40. Majority of sectors are red. The only thing green are staples. Staples are green. Procter ripping. Clorox showing some strength. Again, this is a tough area to short because you've had a big gap down, but it's also a tough area to long because of the weakness in the Qs, weakness from the GDP numbers not showing signs, and then you had obviously the PCE number coming hotter. So I mean, you've kind of run into this worst case scenario where yields are spiking today. 10 years up 1.87, 2 years up 1.77. VIX is green, spiking. You have weakness in mega caps, weakness in the economy, GDP, still showing signs of inflation being entrenched. So we're reaching an environment here on a fundamental basis where we could be running into stagflation, slower growth in the economy, but higher inflation. And that's the worst case scenario for policymakers because it kind of keeps them between a rock and a hard place. You see yields are just absolutely flying to the high side today, just ripping. Quite extraordinary. Nvidia trying to push. It's now up 0.21%. So Nvidia's ripping here. If Nvidia hits 810, I'll be inclined to short it. Nice move continuing in Tesla. Qs are still trying to firm up, but now Apple's taking a breather. Oil getting a nice little potential reversal on the hourly chart. It's trying here to firm up. Yep, definitely why home builders are being hit because yields are so strong. 10 years up 1.87. I mean, it's a monster move in yields. So, I mean, not only do we have weakness in Meta and communication and mega cap tech today on the back of Meta's earnings, XLC down 4.9, but you also have poor economic data that shows slowing in the economy via GDP numbers, shows PCEs showing more inflation, and you got a jobs number that was okay and spiked yields, so 10 years up 1.7, so it does provide a short to pop opportunity here on the market. Qs are trying to rip here. QQQ is trying to rip. Nvidia is ripping right now. Again, I think 810 is a decent area for a bit of a short trade on Nvidia. Adobe trying to firm up. Boeing trying to firm up a little bit. Tesla's up 1.4. AMD's slightly green. Meta's still down 14%. Alright guys, I'm going to short the Qs at 420. 420, I will short the Qs. This is going to be a starter position. Again, a little risky. Qs are down 1.6%. Actually, I mean, I might reassess that. I'm not going to pull the trigger yet. I just want to see something here on my chart. There's that little pivot zone there. Very interesting environment here. Actually, the better technical level to short is around 421. 420 could still work. I still think we're in an environment, but you're having Meta firming up, Nvidia ripping here. All right, guys, I'm gonna short the Qs at this 420 starter position. And I'll do 3 entries, all at 50 cents increase. So 420, 420, 50, and 421. And then just in case I need a 4th entry, I have a 4th lot ready at 421.50. But I really don't want to see it go back above 421. QQQ trying to press here a little bit. Also maybe looking at shorting Meta. Obviously that one's still trying to firm up here. So you are getting some firming up in price action here at the moment. Meta's getting a nice sizable push. Apple's taking a breather. Dixie's softening here, which is definitely helping the markets at the moment. Guys, get ready on the Qs. Starter position coming in here. Again, it's risky. It's super, super risky with the market being down this much. And you're seeing Meta making a nice little pop. What's your gain on Meta? I made 370%, just over 370. Alright guys, I'm actually going to short Meta here, 427.45. 427.45 just got filled. 427.45. Starter position, I'm going to build in a short position all the way up to 433. Okay, 433. QQQ short trade. I'm not going to do Qs right now because I'm just focusing on Meta. But 427.45, I just started a position. Next ad is at 433. And then after that, 435.74-ish. Okay. So first trade right now, well actually second trade, close those Meta puts for just over 370% gain. And now we're shorting Meta at 427.45, looking for a potential retest of the low of day or even your pre-market low. Qs are coming in hot here, guys. So again, I'm short Meta at the moment. Short Meta. QQQ almost came to our target, never got filled. All right. Still a lot of weakness creeping in, although Nvidia's green. Nvidia's tapping its. So again, I called out 810 short on Nvidia. That's pulled back quite sharply from that 810 level. I actually hit a high around 811.60. Apple still trying to firm up. Microsoft trying to catch a bid. Meta's pushing right back up. So 433 is my next ad. And then 436. Meta's still catching a nice little relief bounce here. Nice little relief bounce on Meta. Again, your low on Meta was all the way down here, pierced of that 400, 399.26. Imagine we retest that. That's another 6.6% lower. A fallback down to your low of the regular trading session puts you down another 3% on Meta. So we're just short Meta at the moment via day trade. UVIX will make a run to 11. Apple retracing back to the head and shoulders neckline. Yeah, Apple is looking strong. Apple actually achieved my 170 interim target. Now we got to wait for pattern. If it forms a bullish pattern, next level is 175. But Apple right now has completed its near-term measured move. It has completed its 170 was my target. You can see you're running into this. So I want to wait for now more pattern. You can potentially be developing another little inverse head and shoulders, but you really want to pull back here on Apple a bit and create a bit of a right shoulder here. You need more of a right shoulder. And then if you do pull back on Apple and create a right shoulder off, say, this EMA here, then you could have another potential upside measured move, which would basically be from this low pivot all the way up here. And that would give you a move of roughly all the way up to about 176.60, 176.70. Look at Meta rolling over here a little bit. So I think Apple in the near term will pull back a bit, maybe 168, and then it'll try to make another little run higher at some point. QQQ trying to push back up here. Let's see some of the market movers. Top gainers today: Tyler, Newmont, Carrier, Teledyne, United. Obviously Meta, Textron, Southwest, Caterpillar under pressure, O'Reilly, ServiceNow. Some quality companies under pressure. Quality, 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 quality. Getting hit really, really hard. Alright, so we're just waiting on this Meta short. You see Apple starting to come in a touch now. Alright, what else we got going on here? Google's still trying to bounce, but seeing some sellers. Amazon bouncing hard off of the daily 100 moving average on Amazon. That's what you're tagging right now. So nice, interesting. Nat gas trying to push up as oil's trying to fall. Nice decline coming back in. SPY going lower. SPY is actually making new lows. So here you have a scenario where the Qs are holding steady, but the S&P just made new lows. Look at that. New lows on the S&P. So I have a long level on the S&P. Could try to take a stab at this 497.21, but I mean, it's easily possible for the S&P to flush today down to 495. That's certainly a possibility. But the fact that the Qs are holding steady but the S&P is making new lows is a little concerning. Obviously, it's showing that people are still buying mega cap tech ahead of some of these earnings, but the broad market is being hit. And what's lifting the Qs right now is Nvidia. Nvidia is just a monster at the moment, just ripping. Nvidia is ripping. Oil coming in a touch. Would you add to Humana? No, I would not. Humana is just tapping my average right now, so I would only add to the position if we if it materially impacted my average. You know, say Humana fell another 10% from my current level, then yeah, I'd consider adding for sure. QQQ trying to push up. We just got to monitor Meta here because Qs are strong because of Nvidia, but what I'm sensing here is still a tremendous amount of weakness in the S&P. So I'm actually looking to fade Nvidia here. Alright guys, I'm going to take a short on NVDA. I just got filled at 813.60. 813.60, this is a 1/4 position. 813.6, I'm short Nvidia. 1/4. fourth position, 813.60. I repeat, 813.60. I'm short Nvidia. This is a 1/4 position. Let's see what action we get. 813.60 short Nvidia, guys. You can see Nvidia is a very, very strong horsey, up 1.76% in a week tape. Hitting that 10-minute EMA 113 off of a nice 3-minute bar surge. Let's see if Nvidia can retest this little previous support zone. The Dixie's still trying to firm up. Nice trade on Nvidia. Good entry there. 813.60 short common shares. Still riding Meta. QQQ never hit my 420 zone, but you can see how it's struggling here. And why I'm shorting again is I'm seeing the S&P making new lows on the session. That's not a positive sign for the bulls. Not a positive sign. I'm looking for Nvidia to retest 800, this EM or 801.20. That's where I'd probably pull some profits. Meta, maybe even the low of day retest. You know, with the S&P making new lows, I think that Meta could likely make new lows as well. So we'll just monitor that carefully. Nat gas trying to firm up. Oil right now still slightly weak. Yep, UVIX is popping. Chris, UVIX is popping. Nvidia, hard sell-off there, guys. Hard sell-off. Nice little trade on Nvidia. Let's see what we can get out of it. All right, guys, I just covered half of my Nvidia, and I'm putting a an in-the-money stop loss at 810. Beautiful trade on Nvidia. That's the first win on the session. That's the first win. And I'm riding runners, guys. I'm riding runners. I'm looking for a full move down to this EMA on Nvidia. Still holding Meta short. SPY's coming down here, guys. I do have a long level on the SPY coming up. I have a long level on Google. I have a long level on Meta. And I also have a long level on IBM as well as ServiceNow. So there's a lot of stocks. If we get some more downside pressure, there will be some buying opportunities. Okay, so just be ready. Just be ready. Please hit that like button, guys. Please hit that like button. So again, my stop loss on Nvidia is now in the money on the second half. So we took about $6 per share on the first half, riding with an in-the-money stop on the second half at 810.70. So the trade is risk-free. Still no stop on Meta. Still just riding this one. I think this one can go back down to the lows. QQQ trying to put in a bit of a lower high. Sorry, a higher low. Qs are trying to put in a higher low here. This is a big test because if they fail, like the S&P, QQQ stocks will start to get flushed. They will get flushed. Yields are still phenomenally strong, guys, so it does support lower price action. Again, yields are phenomenally strong, so it does support lower price action. Tesla's being faded slightly. Thanks, Briston. Thank you, thank you. All right, Nvidia is coming up to our potential stop. S&P getting a really, really big. All right, I just got stopped out there on Nvidia, guys, for the second half. So that's a nice little win on Nvidia. Still holding Meta, though. Still holding Meta. Right now, we've put in a lower high on the SPY, lower low. So the downtrend. Next short on Nvidia. Again, we have some data coming out that could move the market, but next short on Nvidia would be around 817. It's an upsloping target, so if we just chop sideways, it could be 819, 820 eventually. S&P getting rocked. Meta's still trying to firm up here. S&P getting hit again. So pending home sales, big spike in pending home sales. That could press rates higher, guys. That could press rates higher. Pending home sales consensus was 0.3. It came in at 3.4%. That's a big, big increase. So that could, watch that dollar, watch the yields. That could spike things drastically here. 10-year yield currently trading at 1.74 at the moment. Let's see what happens. S&P going lower. Apple also reversing. So again, I'm looking for potential bullish consolidation to occur now in Apple to trigger potential inverse head and shoulders. IBM does look intriguing. Doesn't seem to leave a lot of gaps. Let me flip back to IBM. I got it on my other screen. Yeah, IBM, I gave my target early in the morning. Mine's at 160.30. 160.30 on IBM. I like it for a long trade. So if we look at IBM, that one keeps coming down. 160.30 down here. You have this previous consolidation zone. You have a 618 gap, 618 retrace. That's where I like IBM. There's this little trend line I'm also watching. Kind of sits right in there, this pivot high. So look at that area, this pivot to this pivot. Right through that little pivot, impulse breakout. Right in this zone, I like IBM for a day trade bounce, which means that it still potentially could fall another 4% today. So keep that 160.30 level on watch. If we approach that, guys, just let me know. Just let me know. That could move slightly just based off if indices catch a bounce or firm up. But let me know if IBM approaches that level. I do have an alert sitting there once we get close, but just in case we knife through it or something. SPY still weak. QQQ still holding the low of day, but the SPY is telling us that the Qs may make a new low. SPY just keeps getting sold into here. S&P keeps getting sold into. Imagine if Microsoft and Google come out today and miss. What kind of pandemonium would be in the market? That would be pretty crazy in my opinion. That would be pretty crazy to witness. ServiceNow also breaking down. That one's down sharply, down about 7.3%. Lam Research holding up okay. That one's actually trying to go, it's actually up 1.82%, Lam Research. So a little bit of see-through for the semiconductors. That's actually noting some positivity. I think since Lam Research is strong, that's why you're seeing NVIDIA performing well. I have a long level on ServiceNow, but it's a bit lower, around 670, 673, and around that range I'm looking up. Qs are trying to get a bounce. Nice flag pattern on NVIDIA. This is a nice bull flag pattern developing. So I mean, I think that if NVIDIA breaks this, it's going to start to moon. It's probably going to start to really press here. If NVIDIA breaks this flag pattern, you know, we could catch a little bit of a scalp long. S&P trying to get a bounce off this low level. Again, I do have a long, but it's coming up. TC Chris saying on a CGC flush, where would you enter? 850 or 8? Let's look at CGC today. Big bounce in the equity markets. S&P bouncing, QQQ bouncing as well. Qs are trying to put in a new high of day. Meta is starting to rip, guys. Meta is starting to rally here. Let's look at CGC quickly. So if CGC has a flush, obviously we've broken out this little bit of a bullish trend line here. But really, if we lose this little breakout trend line on CGC, this inverse head and shoulders, you want to wait until honestly, if you lose this impulse green candle, 766-ish, not a good sign. I'd probably have to wait for a flush back down to this trend line. Pivot to pivot, this was your big breakdown. So right in this range, you know, call it $5, 520, 530. Meta's starting to push up, guys. I'm going to actually increase my short exposure at this 433 level. 433, we are approaching it rather quickly. Apple trying to firm, Nvidia is still trying to press. Meta is starting to catch a nice little bid off the lows here. Meta is ripping at the moment. Microsoft down 4% still. Boeing keeps getting rocked. Adobe's into a nice little gap fill zone. Alright guys, I just added to my meta short there, 433. Second entry, 433. My average is now sitting $429.95 right at that pivot. Meta's still trying to push here. S&P trying to get a bid. Tesla's starting to fall. Microsoft curling back down. Next ad level on Meta's at 436. And then the fourth and final entry would be at 439. Meta's obviously trying to catch a nice little rally and bid here. It is starting to push pretty firmly off of the lows. It's had a really astonishing rally off of the lows. You're hitting the daily 100. You're hitting the daily EMA 113 on Meta. 436 incoming, guys. Chris saying CGC is moving up on fractional volume. They're going to pull the rug out. Nat gas scares me too much. I'll only trade with RSI's extreme. That's not a bad thing. Nat gas forecasts an increase in inventories of 87 billion. Thank you. Trader 586 saying more misses. I hope so as a natural bear. I've been starving for action. All right, guys, I did add to Meta on that 436 Pierce. 436 Pierce on Meta. I added to the short trade. I actually got filled at 436.07. My average is now sitting at 432.68. Whoops. 432.68. And that's a 3/4 position. Final entries at 439 short. So 432.68 is my average, and final short entries at 439, guys. Again, Nvidia's trying to firm up. Boeing's still dying, weak. Adobe's trying to hold its gap fill. SPY's had a really big bounce. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia's trying to go and break out of this little flag. Nvidia's trying to get going here, guys. Could it be a fake breakout, or is this real on Nvidia? Nvidia is going for a new high. I do have a short level on Nvidia around 823, 823.50. Big bounce coming into the S&P here. Really sizable bounce. Really sizable bounce. They're starting to pump the Qs. S&P, really big bounce. QQQ is starting to rip. Look at Nvidia go. SPY still putting in lower highs, but then you have the QQQ diverging and putting in higher highs and higher lows. So short-term positive for the Qs and mega cap tech, but SPY's still bearish here. S&P and QQQ have had a massive divergence, which makes me suspect. Obviously, Qs lead the market, but with S&P down, it's still showing a considerable amount of weakness. You do have all sectors right now red on the session. Communications obviously the worst. Qs are still starting to rip. $421's decent resistance on the Qs. I'm going to look at an S&P 500 short once the Qs hit around 421 or pierce the 421 on the Qs. So once the Qs hit 421, I'm going to pull an S&P 500 short, a SPY short. Just let's see what the options are priced at on the SPY. Alright guys, I'm going to look at a 497 put on the S&P 500. Meta's coming up into my final add level on Meta at 439. That will be my final entry on the common shares short. And I'm going to short the SPY when Qs hit 421. Qs are almost there, about 40 cents away. Meta, nice recovery on Meta. Trying to push up even more now. Apple's coming in. Meta's seeing a little bit more sellers. Nvidia's still ripping, Microsoft curling up, Google curling, Apple falling. 15 minutes, nat gas inventories. Yeah, Briston, 0 DT on the SPY. 0 DT. I haven't entered yet. I have not entered yet. I'm waiting for the Qs to hit 421. And I'm going to give myself to add. All right, guys, Meta's coming up into 439. There it is, 439, tapped it. I just got filled on my final entry on the short side of Meta. My average is now sitting at 435.55. 435.55 on Meta. QQQ almost tapped that 421 zone, came within a couple pennies. All right, I'm going to short the S&P 500 here. I just took a 4. Actually, hold up, guys. I'm not entering yet. Not entering yet. Still just going to wait for this QQQ tap. Still just going to wait for Qs to tap 421. Came very close to doing it there. Came very close to tapping 421. But just missed it. I'm going to wait. I'm going to be a little bit more patient with this. I'm going to see if Qs can tap 421. May have missed it. You know, it tapped around 420. What was the high of that candle? 420.93. So it missed it by 7 cents. It's trying to make another little push higher here. Meta's ripping again. Dixie's softening. Yields are still firm. Tesla's ripping. Meta's still seeing some downward pressure. All right, guys, get ready. Qs are almost at 421. So I'm looking at an SPY 497 put. A 497 put on the SPY. I'll let you know once I get filled. The Qs are still trying to, they're about 30 cents away. Meta's coming in. SPY's pushing. Cons right now are at 83 cents on the 497 put. Still waiting. Qs are coming up. All right, here we go, guys. Get ready. Get ready. All right, guys. I just took a 497 put on the SPY. 497 put on the SPY. Got filled at 80 cents. 80 cents. QQQ blasting through that 421 zone. So Q's hit 421. So we're now shorting the SPY because it's a little bit more relatively weak. Again, leave yourself a little bit of room to add. I'll add to these cons all the way up to about 499.85. Still holding Meta common shares. Wow, they are pumping the SPY right now. Big, big pump. SPY going for a new high. Down about 10 cents on the options here. SPY's pumping. All right, guys, I just added at 69 cents. 69 cents I added to my cons. So my average right now is sitting at 76 cents a contract. 76 cents a contract on the 497s. 76 cents a contract on the 497 SPY put. Again, I'm expecting SPY to potentially make a new low of day. Meta is still holding common shares short. Nvidia is acting well. Nvidia is almost coming up into that short range at 823.50. Tesla's still firm. Amazon still bouncing. Google's still bouncing. Again, I'm sitting at 76 cents a contract on the 497.0 DTE put, and we're still holding common shares short on the SPY, guys. Nat Gas trying to move up a little bit. Still holding Meta short. Common shares SPY put again at 76 cents a con. I'm down by about 3 cents right now. SPY starting to come in a touch here. Amazon still trying to bounce. Tesla still trying to hold steady. SPY is starting to come down a touch here. And Meta is still trying to consolidate and push higher on the back of mega cap tech strength here. So Meta is still trying to firm up off these lows. SPY pushing right back up. Google's had a pretty tremendous bounce. I think Google's into a decent area, a potential short opportunity on Google around this 154 area. All right, Microsoft starting to see some sellers. SPY getting hit right back down again. Thanks, Om Yogi. SOX is so strong, especially on such a bearish day. Yeah, so NVIDIA pumping things up, right? It's up 3%. AVGO as well, 3.5%. So understanding the weightings in the SOXX and SMH is key. You have two of the largest impactful stocks, NVIDIA and AVGO, green. And then obviously AMD is a big component. That's also green. 10-year yield has faded a little bit here. 10-year yield has faded a touch here. Again, we're still riding a S&P 500 short, SPY short, with put options, and then we're holding this Meta short, which is slightly going against us. But I still think Meta will see some sort of a pullback in the near term. QQQ still trying to hold above 421. NVIDIA did tap that 823 short zone. NVIDIA tapped 823. That was a short zone. And it is starting to see a little bit of sellers. Look at Meta though. Look at SPY. SPY's still trying to rip. And we have one more add to our SPY contracts around this 499.80 area. I'll do one more add to the contracts. Meta's still trying to rip. NVIDIA's still trying to push. Microsoft at 394. Big push there on Meta. $42 off the lows on Meta in earnings. Massive bounce. Massive bounce back above the daily 200 MA on Meta. Astonishing move back up to the high side for Meta. It is lifting the S&P right now. But Meta's recapturing that daily 200. Pretty impressive bounce in Meta. CGC at the high of day. Nice, nice. Nat gas inventories are out in 6 minutes. Right now going into inventories. Nat gas is obviously weak from yesterday and today. Big down move yesterday. Obviously means market participants are pricing in a pretty nasty inventories. So let's see if that sell-off yesterday surmounts to anything. Still just waiting on this S&P 500. You're actually putting in a nice little consolidation pattern on the S&P. Slightly concerning. Slightly concerning. So again, just two trades right now. Our Meta put we closed early on the session, which proved to be the right move. And then that NVIDIA short at the open. And now we're just in a Meta short and a SPY put. SPY put, we're down about 7 cents per contract. Slightly down on the common shares of Meta. The VIX is still up 7.5%, 10-year yield up 1.5%, but it's slightly been fading a little bit from the highs. Tesla trying to push up. Google still making a little bit of a rally higher. Meta still trying to consolidate. Nvidia trying to push back above 823. Next resistance on Nvidia is this at this 825 zone. This was your previous little gap where you broke above and then got absolutely faded down. So this is your gap and crack zone at 825 on Nvidia from a couple days ago. Well, from Wednesday really. Yesterday. Meta's still trying to get a little bit of buyers in this range. Meta is only down 10% now and squeezing. SPY starting to see a little bit more selling. Again, you still have every sector of the S&P 500 red except for the Dow Jones transports, and that's part and parcel because oil's down today, slightly down, so the transports are seeing a little bit of reprieve. All right, still holding the SPY 497 put, common share short on Meta. Nat gas inventories are coming out in basically 3 minutes. SPY's trying to push again. Meta's still trying to press. I'm seeing Apple. Apple is being faded right now. It's actually now negative. Now Apple's potentially in this environment where it needs to create this next right shoulder that we discussed. Remember we said 170 was our upside target. Now we got to build a potential right shoulder here. I wouldn't mind a tap of this neckline, this previous little neckline. That would be ideal on Apple. And then you could potentially be forming a much larger inverse head and shoulders that could take us all the way up to about 176, 177 on Apple. S&P seeing a little bit of sell side here. You can see Apple still being slightly faded here. Meta's now coming in a touch. So is Google's still strong, Amazon's still strong, Tesla's still strong. SPY's still pushing, guys. Final add on SPY put is at this 499.85 level. Meta tried having another big wick up to 445, seeing a little bit of sell side. So yeah, Tesla's still trying to push here. Apple's trying to find a bottom. Google's still pushing. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive 10-minute candles on Google. Still down 2.9%, but significantly off of the lows. Let's see if now this is the breakdown in Meta. Meta is creating a bit of this rising wedge pattern in a bearish gap down. You can see that the support now would be right around here, 433, 434. SPY's still trying to push up, guys. Again, I'm going to add to my SPY put just at this 499.85 level. Nice little decline coming back in. Nat gas is seeing some more sellers ahead of inventories. Inventories are actually out now. So let's pull up the nat gas price. So nat gas is coming down a touch here. You can see on the chart after that big decline yesterday, nat gas is looking a little bit weaker today. Couple support levels. Alright guys, I just added to my SPY 497 put. I just added to my SPY 497 put at 62 cents. 62 cents. Can even get a better fill. It's at 61 cents. So my average is now 69 cents a con on the 497 put. 69 cents a con. Nat gas trying to stabilize here. Right now it is down 0.66%, but trying to put in a bit of reversal. S&P still trying to rock and roll here. SPY still pushing. Qs are now seeing a little bit of distribution as the SPY's firming up. So we're down about 9 cents on the contracts. I'm not going to add any more on the SPYs. It's hitting that final little add entry now. Qs are actually rolling over a little bit here, guys. QQQ seeing some sellers. Members, I just exited my full Tesla position. I'm typing the alert as we speak, but I sold at 166.18. So I sold the rest of my full Tesla position. We took profits yesterday, and I just decided I wanted to get out of Tesla because yields are too strong right now. Yields do not support a positive environment for Tesla. Alright guys, look at that. Just like that, we're now break even on our SPY contracts with that last ad. Meta's almost in the money. So just like that, things start to turn around for us pretty quickly. So SPY contracts are now sitting at 67 cents. We're teetering between break even. Meta is starting to weaken. All right, here we go. Can the S&P start to wane here? And again, our biggest trade today with members was 78% win on BLO, Cannabix Technologies. SPY puts are now starting to turn in favor for us. Meta short is basically flat. Here we go. Is this where? So nat gas inventories, Paul saying it came at 92 billion actual. Thank you. I can confirm that consensus was 87, came in at 92. So obviously an initial reaction, downward pressure. SPY's now selling, guys. Contracts are up 10, 11 cents now, and we're printing now. Meta's in the green, so here we go. This is what we get. This is where it gets exciting. Here we go, guys. Can we start to make some more money on these positions? I think we can. Alright guys, I just sold my SPY puts at 85 cents. 85 cents. I am all out. 85 cents. I am all out for a lovely gain from 69 cents to 85 cents. That's 16 cents per a share. Beautiful, beautiful little trade. Congrats on the SPY put. Still holding Meta short common shares. Still holding Meta short common shares. But that was a beautiful, beautiful trade. Beautiful. Just over 20% on that win. Do I think a SPY goes lower? I do, because this is a little bit of a breakout which failed. and obviously Meta's starting to weaken here. So we're in the green on Meta. We're made just over 20% on the SPY 497 put there. Beautiful, beautiful trade. 410 on Meta. Bart's asking for 410. So nice little trade on the S&P, guys. That was a beautiful little trade on the S&P. Meta, we're printing now. Still holding Meta short, guys. Close the SPY put. Again, it's coming. It looks like it's coming back down, so you could probably get another entry. But that was a nice little trade. Please hit that like button. Check out my website, tradingcapital.ca. We're here every day trying to provide alpha opportunities, both long, both short in the market. Meta's starting to come in nicely, guys. So we're up a few dollars here, about 350 and climbing. S&P trying to stabilize here. You do have higher highs on the Qs, higher lows. So right now it is trying to firm up and start a bit of an uptrend. If the QQQ breaks this trend, I mean, it's full port shorts, guys. If the QQQ breaks this little trend, you know, from your low pivot, it's going to be a pretty much full short mode on this market. And you could be creating a head and shoulders here. Here you have a left shoulder on the Q. You have a head. A bounce here could be forming a right shoulder. And this would be your neckline. So just pay close attention to the type of pattern that unfolds here. If we bounce and create a right shoulder, I'm going to look to maybe re-enter on QQQ puts. Qs right now and Russell are kind of the weak hand-in-hand stocks at the moment. Nat Gas trying to firm up a touch. Meta trying to bounce. So here comes the bounce for the right shoulder. I'm going to look to potentially play this pattern. I'm going to look to maybe grab some more puts on the Qs. Let's just see what let's see what this is. So if we take a 419 put, that takes us really back down to here. Yeah, that could play out. So 419 put right now on the Qs is at $1.23, but we can get that cheaper if we bounce higher here. If we bounce back to maybe 421, I'd consider looking at a put play on the Qs, another 0 DTE put play. Okay? So I'm watching to see what type of a bounce we get on this right shoulder, but kind of at the crest of the wave. You know, I'm looking for a little bit of a high pivot, something like this, where we come up and then start to roll over. Nat Gas trying to firm up a touch here. Big volume coming in on Nat Gas. Can Nat Gas go green? Right now it's down 0.35%, but it is trying to firm up. Boeing still dying at the moment. Adobe's weak at the moment. Boeing is coming up into, there's a big level on Boeing around 158.60. 158.60. Microsoft starting to wane here. Nat Gas starting to put in a little bit of a bullish recovery. Still riding that boil from yesterday. That one we're down on a little bit. But can Nat Gas start to push up here? QQQ, maybe not even giving us that right shoulder bounce yet. It may just be coming down to trigger a head and shoulders. We'll see. Not a good price action in the Qs, guys. Terrible price action in the Qs. VLO, Valero. Yeah, they did have earnings. That one's making a nice move. Yep. So again, good to be long VLO with members. Look at that move. Again, VLO, very, very bullish, trying to form a little bit of a breakout here. Oil and gas play. So that's telling us that a couple things. Maybe oil set to make a reversal, or nat gas. Maybe both. But yeah, VLO is looking nice and strong. Nice and strong. S&P starting to weaken here a touch more, guys. Qs are coming into this ever important trend line. This is a buying opportunity on the Qs. I'm actually going to potentially buy this little bit of a dip here, this trend line. If we hit this trend line or pierce a little bit, I do see a little bit of a micro gap here on the Qs, which is right about 419. I'm looking at 421 calls, guys, off this gap fill on the Q. Still holding Meta short. Look at VLO. Yep, VLO is a monster. Let's keep watch of nat gas. That's trying to firm up. Daily chart of nat gas trying to firm up here. Meta coming in. Nvidia selling off a little bit. Alright guys, I'm waiting for this gap fill, and then I'm going to take a 421 call for a bounce, and then I think we come down. I think we bounce here, develop more of this right shoulder, and then I think we come back down and test the break. So I want to see this gap fill. I want to see a pierce of this trend line to kind of suck in a lot of the shorts and dump some of the longs. I want to see this gap filled though. It's close. Qs are trying to hold this trend line. You can see the bounce, but I think we get a bounce up and then a rollover. Okay, so that's kind of how I'm watching price action unfold here. Still never filled the gap. Oh, I would have loved to have that gap filled. Fuck. Come on, man. Damn. Look at that bounce, guys. They just never filled that gap. That's what I was looking for. All right, now we got to switch to the put side. So now we can still come up and create this right shoulder pivot. But I'm going to flip to the 419 put side again. But I'm going to wait. I want to wait until we at least potentially start to curl over here. What a bounce. Oh, that was the bounce we were looking for, guys. Those 421 calls would have printed off of that zone. I mean, I was looking at them when they're at a buck 10, a buck 13. They're at $1.35 now on 421s. What, $1.37? Wow, what a rip. That's what I was looking for, was that bounce off that trend line. A lot of people were thinking, oh shit, Qs are going to break down here. This is actually support. Now we're bouncing, still potentially going to form a right shoulder here. We just got to wait for a little bit more data. So I'll look for about a retrace to the 618, so 420.70, and that's where I think we could crest. Just recognize that I'm going to build into a 419 put position when we hit the 618 here, and then also when we hit this 421. So I have room to add between this 420.70 and a pierce of 421, okay? That's how I will be playing and building into a 419 put position. Once we hit the 618 and leaving room to add to the position around this 421 pierce. Still holding Meta common shares, guys. Nat gas trying to firm up a touch here. It's looking like it does want to go green on the session, which would be welcomed by me. That certainly would be welcomed. S&P still trying to push here, guys. Nat gas starting to firm up quite nicely, guys. Nat gas is starting to firm up quite nicely. QQQ coming right back down. It just seems like they don't want to give us the nice patterns that we're looking for. Meta's starting to peel away a little bit more, guys. So a little bit of a right shoulder developing. Still would like to have seen a little bit of a higher crest form. Still holding Meta short. Look at Nat gas. Nat gas is going from red to green. Nice little move in Nat gas, guys. Starting to firm up here. So I think what happens here is Meta probably pushes up, back tests this trend line. That gives the SQQQs a nice little bit higher. I'm still holding Boyle from yesterday. Nat gas is obviously trying to firm up here. Nat gas is trying to firm up and break away here. Potential little inverted head and shoulders trigger here for Nat gas. I'm watching it closely. It's a very micro pattern. It's really on the 2-minute chart here that we've triggered this, and that upside should take us roughly to, in the short term, about a 2% pop from the neckline, which gives us a move of nat gas back to 201 today. That's your short-term intraday pattern. And then if we go a little bit of a larger time frame, you can see you're finding some resistance at this key area. Meta's still coming in. Look at that nice trade on Meta starting to play out, guys. Oh, I just wish these QQQs would give us a chance to get some puts in a higher range here. I don't like to chase it here in this range because they could easily snap it on us. So I'm going to be more diligent. We do have exposure on the short side already to Meta, so I mean, I'm okay with that right now. But Qs are weakening here, guys. QQQ coming in. Nat gas again, trying to push a bit more. IBM still weak, ServiceNow still weak, Lam Research okay. Oil's taking a breather. All sectors of the S&P are still red, guys. All sectors of the S&P are still red. Guys, I'm still interested in a potential 421 call if we hit this gap fill at around 419. I'm going to build into a 421 call because I still think that we're probably going to rope in some shorts off this area and then they're going to bounce it again. Still think that there's a scenario that could play out well. Alright guys, I'm going to go long again if we hit this gap. 421. Oh, we keep bouncing off the same trend line. They're defending it, but I still want this gap filled before I take a bit of a long entry. Still want that gap filled. Nvidia's had a nice 30-minute pullback. Simple question, what is the basis for nat gas to be bullish? Historically low prices right now. Historically low. You go back on nat gas futures chart, when you buy sub $2, typically 12 to 24 months later, you're laughing. EQT $40 calls are about to go in the money. Yeah, EQT is new high of day. 11 cents out of the money. Yep. It's starting to firm up, right? Alright guys, get ready to go long the Qs into this gap. I still think we could flush this gap, then bounce, and then break the neckline. But yeah, resource stocks are certainly looking positive, guys. S&P still weakening, Adobe still weakening. Cons are at $1.11 right now for the 421 calls on the Qs. $1.11. I'm not in yet. I'm still waiting. Still holding Meta short in the money on that trade. So we're already 3 for 3. And I don't know. Nat gas resource stocks are telling us something different than the underlying commodity. Even in a weak market, when you have these resource stocks outperforming, you know, even when XLE's down, resource stocks are still outperforming in the nat gas space. That's telling us we're seeing speculation money accumulate, Chris. And generally, speculation money does know. They like to chase those higher beta names. Alright, Qs are breaking down here, guys. So I'm going to look to enter in on some calls here at this gap. Just keep the position small because we could be breaking down here. Alright, guys, I just entered at $1 a contract, 421 calls. $1 a contract. I'm building in a position on the 421 call. $1 a contract. 421 call. I got filled at $1. Again, I've been telegraphing this one for quite a long time. $1 a contract. It is going a little bit lower right now. And we are falling here. We're falling sharply. So 421 call. I still think we can get a bounce, create a bit more of a right shoulder. But as of now, we're down slightly, down about 7 cents. Starter position again. I'll add to the position at 418 here. I will double my QQQ contracts. Alright guys, I'm also going to cover my meta here at 430.89. 430.89. Locking in just over 1% on the trade. Nice little win on the session. Another little win. And again, just recognize I'm going to add to the QQQ calls at this zone. If we breach this low down here, then I'm probably going to exit. So my stop is really going to be down here at 418.67 on a 1 minute close. But I will add just above that at 418.80. And we did cover our meta short for a nice little gain. Come on. Apple's still coming in. Kind of tapping those pre-market lows. Come on, Qs. Qs look like they're trying to come lower. Again, I will add. I'll double my position at 418.80. 418.80, I will double my position. I'm still looking for a bounce to create a right shoulder and then a bigger move down later on. Nat gas still trying to hold steady. Meta coming in. Bitcoin now selling pretty sharply here, guys. Down about 7 cents on the contracts at the moment. Alright, Qs are coming lower. So if we flush into this area, it's probably going to be around 83, 84 cents a contract. And I'm sitting at $1 even. $1 even per contract. Right now we're down about 6 cents. So far we're 3 for 3 on the session, and we're in our 4th QQQ call trade. So we are 3 for 3 at the moment with our 4th QQQ call trade. SPY still coming down. Adobe weakening. Nat gas still trying to push up. Nat gas now up 0.61% on the session and climbing. Good to see nat gas climbing. Down about 10 cents on that Boyle trade right now from yesterday. That's okay. SPY keeps coming down. Now approaching 11 o'clock time frame. Microsoft selling pretty hard here. It's continuing to fall. Microsoft has had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 consecutive 5-minute down candles. Sorry, 7 consecutive 5-minute down candles. So hard sell side pressure in Microsoft, which is really what's caused the Qs to break down here. Meta trying to stabilize a touch. Again, I'm writing QQQ 421 call at $1 per contract. Is CGC shortable? Let's see. It's always shortable if the right name presents itself. Yeah, I mean, in this range you can short it and just use this high of day as your stop. That's how I'd play it. Even this impulse green candle is your high of day stop. I don't have a problem if you're trying to short that name. Definitely. Still a lot of weakness. GME's starting to firm up here, guys. So GameStop, a little bit of liquidity coming into some of the SPAC companies. Come on, Qs. Let's see if we can get a bounce. I still think we get a bounce and then another entry to short. I think we're actually carving out now a new neckline, which would be roughly observed there. So I think we can get a bounce back up to this trend. So pivot to pivot to pivot. I think we could still get a bounce back up to this range and then a bigger breakdown. Obviously, if we start breaking down here, we have one final entry at the 418.80, but the stop is this low pivot. I don't want to look at the bounce, guys. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. That's exactly what we're looking for. Come on. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Qs are trying to firm up here. Come on. Still a lot of sell side, but market is trying to firm up here. I am seeing some buying pressure coming back into the tape here. Here comes the push in the Qs, guys. Get ready. Get ready. Come on, Qs. Start firming up. Again, a retrace of this high pivot to the low pivot. I still think we could get a retrace all the way up to the 618. Look at the power move, guys. Look at the power move. We're up 10 cents now in the cons. Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's look at Meta again. Meta's trying to firm up here a little bit. Look at the QQQ backtesting support, guys. Sorry, backtesting resistance. I still think we can get a little bit through there. I'm looking at a minimum 382 retrace, maximum 618. I'll start building into my short position at the 618. I'm going to take a 419 put. If we hit the 618, I'll start building into a 419. I'm still riding the calls right now, which we're up on. But we just want to start thinking ahead, right? So I'm going to be looking to exit these calls at basically in this 420 range. Once we hit this 420, I'm going to sell half, move stop to break even. And then if we start pushing up to this 618 retrace zone, that's where I'm going to build into a short position, okay? You are backtesting this little trend line that I discussed. We are backtesting that trend line. I still think we can work through that zone. Obviously, some sellers are selling at that resistance. That's the prudent thing to do. $1.13 con right now. We're printing. All right, guys, I'm selling half. I just sold half at $1.16, netting 16 cents. It's a nice 16% gain. Moving stop to break even, so don't let those contracts go under $1 right now. Do not let those contracts go under $1. So that's a cool 16% that we just made. Easy peasy. We're up now 18%, 19%. Come on. Again, I'll start building into a put position at around the 618, 420, 58. So congrats on that trade. Again, don't let these contracts on these 421 calls go against you. My average is sitting at $1. So if we hit $1, I will stop out for the second half. So a nice little trade. But again, we start building into a put play. I'm just telegraphing you what I'm thinking, walking you through each trade step by step, okay? Still think we get one more little hoorah push. Get ready to exit the rest of these positions, guys. Again, I'm looking for a move to 420.25 to exit. 420.25, 420. This next fib level, that's where I'm going to sell the rest of the position. Here we go, guys. We are ripping up at 22% right now. 23, 24. Come on, 25. Come on. All right, guys, I'm all out. 25% gain, $1.25 on those contracts. Now we're going to start building into a short position if we hit this next fib, okay? I'm going to look for 419 puts. I'm all out of my calls for a lovely trade. Another big win on the session there. But now we're looking to see if we can build into a put play, okay? So I'm looking at now 419 puts again. 419 puts right now are priced at $1.22. I think we can get them a little bit better if we get one more little push on the market. Meta's firming up. I still think we can get another little push. Seeing Nvidia pushing, Apple's trying to stabilize, Tesla's at the high of its day, Amazon's still trying to bounce here, putting in sideways chop. But it's a nice little session here so far, guys. Beautiful little session. Beautiful, beautiful. That's what we like to do. All right, guys, get ready to start accumulating some put plays. So we're just oscillating back and forth, long to short right now. I still think we're in an environment where we can short the pops today with yield strong, VIX strong. I still think an environment for shorting the pops is a good strategy. That's kind of what we've been doing today so far, and we're already netting 100% win rate. Come on, Qs, push up a little bit more. I want to get a much better fill than $1.24. Come on, push up, Qs, push up. Meta's still going. Qs are rolling over here, guys. Again, this downside measured move, if we trigger this little head and shoulders pattern from the neckline, which is roughly around, actually we triggered it here. Look at that. That puts us down to 417. I'll do a lotto 417 put. I'll definitely do a lotto put 417. They're at 65 cents right now. Let's see if we can get them better. What's 418 at? 418 put is at 94 cents. Again, I still don't want to jump in too early. I just want to kind of get this timing aspect right. So again, at the moment, we've taken a fairly amount of good profits today. Meta was the big win of the day. Meta was a monster win. Nat gas still coming in. Oil's weakening a touch. SPY's still trying to press a little bit here in the near term. Again, Apple still negative, down 0.25. Nvidia up 2.6. Tesla up 2.2. AVGO up 2.2. SMCI up 1.62. Nat gas slightly green. ARM down 1.4. Meta still down 12.5. Google down 2.8. Amazon down 2.8. Canopy just slightly red. Oil right now down 0.5%. Monster down 4.2. That's a big decline on Monster. MNST. Bitcoin slightly weak on the session. Newmont up a whopping 7.8. That's a nice move on Newmont. Chipotle up 3.42. That's a good day for Chipotle off of its earnings. QQQ just still stuck in a range here, guys. Qs are still stuck in a range. Again, I still think we're going to get a down move. But the question is, can we get a better fill? I still think we popped to 618. And then the big down move comes. But as of now, you can see it's finding some sellers at this little trend that the Qs broke. So as of now, QQQ, here's your high, higher high, higher high. Sell off, still a higher low, bounce, you created a lower high. Sold off, still held a higher low, so the trend is still technically bullish, but you're running into a scenario here where you need to make another higher high or else you run the risk of selling off. Bit of an inverse head and shoulders now in the 1 minute. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Upside target off. If this breaks the neckline, takes the QQQ basically almost back to this double top scenario. So right now we're at an inflection point. Little bullish pattern inversely being created, but also a potential bearish one. I want to see if we can get a little bit of a pop still, and then a shorting opportunity. Adobe trying to firm up. Nat gas coming in a touch. Oil still seeing a little bit of sellers, but holding $82 a barrel at the moment. Amazon curling back up. Google still pressing higher here. What a reversal in Google. Google is only down 2.5% now, and it's just been ripping really since the open. It's had no 20-minute red candles, just all green. Green, green, green. All right, guys, here comes the potential pop. So I'm going to look for some put plays. I'm going to look for some put plays. I might even scale into 419s, 418s, and 417s. I might take some contracts in all three strike zones. Just scale in. Just waiting to see if I can get a good All right, guys, I just took a 419 put at $1.12. $1.12. I'm going to take a 418 put at 80 cents. And the lotto play is a 417 put, just got filled at 55 cents. So I'm in three different strike zones. I'm in 419 put, 418 put, and 417 put. Just entered all of them. $1.12 on the 419s, 80 cents on the 418s, and 55 cents on the 417s. 417s are the lotto play. So it's sized the smallest. 419s are the biggest. 418s are medium. So we're back in on the put side, looking for 419, 418, and 417. So we're back in on the short side of this market. Let's see if we can get some downward pressure. Markets are trying to break out of a little inverted head and shoulders, so we'll just keep this on a tight leash. I may stop out of both if depending on if we get another higher pivot close of here. Let's see if we can get some downward pressure. Come on. There's a little bit of a decline. All right, guys, we are seeing those contracts starting to move. We are seeing the 419s starting to move pretty quickly here. They're up to $1.26. Again, I'm still expecting a bigger move to occur to the downside. Hopefully it's right now since we are positioned on the short side. Google hasn't really seen any sort of selling. That might take a wave soon. Apple's trying to firm up though, so is Microsoft. That's a little detrimental to the put play. Nvidia coming in though. Come on, give us a flush. Give us a flush. Look at Meta, guys. Meta's also potentially triggering a head and shoulders here. How you would draw it is this trend line. You're actually tapping the support trend line right now. But Meta is showing some distribution here. And again, it makes sense that we should come lower on the Qs. If Meta breaks this, that's sending Meta to new lows back down to about 408. Look at the breakdown, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Please hit that like button. Subscribe. We're printing profits. We can get a big, big move down here in these put positions, guys. We could absolutely get a big move down right now. The way the market is shaping up, this structure, if we get this completed measured move on the Qs, these are going to be printing. These are going to be printing, guys. Come on. Yields are still strong, supporting lower price action. QQQ, potential head and shoulders on watch. 419 guys are up to $1.38. We're banking on these. Let's go. Come on. Yes. The delay should be about 10 seconds. But this is why I've been trying to telegraph it ahead of time. Discussing you, walking you through. I know there's a delay. So I've been trying to work on that. Speaking ahead. Telling you what I'm thinking about 10 to 20 seconds before I actually enter it. Or even a couple minutes. Look at these QQQ 419s. They're printing. They are printing right now, guys. Even the 418s, they're up to $1. The 417s, what are we sitting at? They're at 68 cents. So these 419s are starting to, all of those cons are starting to print, guys. I still think that there's more downside. I think we can flush to here. I'm looking for a cover right here on 419.10. I'm going to cover the 419s, guys. At least half of the position, I'm going to sell the 419s. I'm going to ride the 418s and the 417s lower, but the 419s, I'm going to sell half of them here right at this trend line, okay? So everyone should hear this level. It's coming into that zone right now. That's your neckline for your head and shoulders. You should get a bounce there, a mini bounce, and then another leg lower. So again, I'm going to look to sell half of my 419s right in this zone, right above 419. So 419.10, 419.15, right at this trend line, okay? And then that's your neckline. That's the level. If we break this, then you trigger this very, very large bearish pattern on the Qs, which puts us right down to about 417.10-ish, okay? Come on, Qs, get ready. We could see a flush there. Yeah, it's always tough when you have a slight delay, but again, I've been telegraphing you what I've been doing ahead of time as much as I can. And again, I'm looking to cover in this range around 419. We're about 20 cents away, guys, from covering half of those 419s. Half of those 419s. They're at $1.46 right now. Come on, guys. Contracts are printing right now. We're up to $1.46. Look at this. Here we go. Come on, break it down. Microsoft still seeing some sellers. Apple seeing some sellers. Meta breaking down some more. Amazon's now seeing a bit of a decline. Don't know where the QQQ strength is coming from, but they're trying to hold it steady here. Nvidia potential head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart. So a little bit of topping formation starting to occur in the Qs. You are trying to get defended here and bouncing. We are getting a decent sized bounce right now on the Qs. Big bounce on the Qs, guys. Big bounce. I'm still holding at $1.30. We're up about 17 cents, 18 cents. It's teetering quickly, though, because the Qs are volatile in this range. Again, my average is at $1.12 on the 419s, 80 cents on the 418s, and 55 cents on the 417s. So 3 different strike zones to the downside we are riding. GameStop going for a high of day. GME is ripping. That was down substantially, and now it's looking to rip to a high of day. So GameStop's trying to firm up here across the board. Dixie's still trading at 105.74. Let's see if we want to back test this trend line again on the Qs. Come on, Qs, flush it down to 419. At least tap this little trend line. Again, this is an upsloping trend line now on the Qs, creating a bit of a wedge pattern. You can see bit of a wedge pattern being observed on the Qs. S&P 500 trying to hold steady. Oil's trying to get a little bit of a buying pressure off this $82 level. 10-year yield has faded slightly, still up 1.25. Russell down 1.44. SPY down 1.26. QQQ down 1.61. VIX is up 6.33%. The UVXY is up 7.3%. Nat gas slightly green. Microsoft down 4. SMCI, AMD, Nvidia green. So SOXX is still green, up 0.63%. And what would take the market down to this target? It would be two things really: Meta fulfilling its downside measured head and shoulders move, and the SOXX to see some distribution. It would take the semis to weaken up here, and the SOX likely to go negative, as well as Meta to fall lower. So what I'm observing here is Meta's triggered its head and shoulders, but the Qs still haven't triggered its. So Meta's kind of leading the charge to the downside today. So maybe, just maybe, Meta's signaling to us here that the Qs will trigger it head and shoulders fairly shortly. As of now, it's getting a nice sizable pop. Meta's trying to backtest its little neckline. Big spot here for Meta. A really big spot for Meta. Really sizable bounce though in the market, and that was predominantly from Meta and Nvidia. Nvidia got a decent bounce there. And again, there's a potential 5-minute head and shoulders forming on Nvidia chart. Hasn't triggered the neckline just yet, but it's trying. Nat gas trying to firm up. Again, QQQ contract 419 put sitting at $1.21. My average at $1.12. Slightly up. We could have taken profits at $1.40. Again, you may want to retest this little neckline to see if we can break out. Still forming. The only thing I don't like about this put play is the fact that we're still forming higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, but lower high, lower high, lower. So we're going to get a big move one way or another. The fact you're creating this wedge pattern with higher lows but lower highs. So one way or another, the market is going to make a very, very big move. For us, hopefully it's back to the downside. Again, 419 puts are still sitting up 8 cents. Basically only up 3 cents on the 418s and break even on the 417s right now. 417s on the lotto, 419s are the primary, and 418s are the 418s are the secondary. So we have a primary, secondary, and a lotto play on watch right now for the Qs. QQQ is pushing up though, so not a good sign at the moment. Slight little rejection there in the Qs, guys. Slight little rejection. Look at Meta rejecting off of its neckline. So that's a perfect back test in technicals where you break the neckline, have a retrace to the neckline, get rejected. So whenever you see rejection at the neckline, it does put into probabilities of a likely continuation move lower. At the moment, Meta's selling, weakening here. You have Nvidia also trying to break down. So take a look at Nvidia at the moment. Again, this is also testing a little head and shoulders pattern, trying to break down as we speak. Meta coming in, Qs are coming in, guys. Everyone had an opportunity to pretty much enter, the 418s and 417s at the same price that I got filled at off of this retest. We're still seeing the Qs floundering in this range. Nvidia on watch for a bigger move down. But the market is being held up really by Nvidia and Broadcom. Those two leading semiconductors are holding up the market at the moment. With Nvidia up 2, Broadcom up 2.38, those two market caps and weightings in the SMH and SOXX is providing an underlying bid in the QQQ market. All right, Qs are starting to push up again. This is not what we want to see. Not what we want to see. May have to stop out of the trade. If we get a close above this little pivot here, this 420.28 pivot, I may have to stop out of the trade for a loss. At the moment, still riding. Come on, 419, flush it for us. Again, still just creating a wedge pattern. Higher lows, lower highs. Which way is this going to break? Obviously, Meta's triggered a head and shoulders. Nvidia's on watch for its trigger here. Holding the neckline as we speak. Dixie's starting to soften a little bit, which is actually helpful for the equity markets. Oil also selling off a touch, helpful for the equity markets. Nat gas trying to recapture 198, 199 now. QQQ getting a really sizable push. All right, 419 puts are at $1.18. My average is at $1.12. So 419 puts, I'm still riding. $1.14 now. I'm basically break even at $1.12. I'm now break even on the 419 puts. Down a little bit now. We're back testing that neckline, so you can even get a better fill than I did. $1.10. The Qs are pumping here. Whoa. QQQ ripping. I'm now down on the trade by about 7 cents on the 419 puts. I still have the ability to add at the 618. All right, so Qs are now on watch for an inverse head and shoulders. And again, we can see that that's trying to push much, much higher here. Whoa. All right, guys, I'm down 10 cents now a contract. Still haven't confirmed the technical breakout. Still have Meta and Nvidia underneath their little necklines, but the Qs saw strength from Microsoft and Google. Google absolutely ripped. All right, guys, I may have to cut these put options for a loss. We're looking to confirm the breakout of this inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. You're into the 618 retrace right now. Damn it. Damn. Looks like we're going to take our first little loss of the day here. Still have that 1 minute EMA. Let's see how we react here. But that's a nice strong move back up on the Qs. I'm down about 12 cents on the 419 put. Down 12 cents on the 418. Down about 10 cents on the 419. I'm still in it. I'm still holding. I haven't stopped out. I'm still liking the fact that Meta hasn't reclaimed its neckline. Nvidia's just struggling here. So that's the only reason I haven't abided by the technical stop out on the Qs is because of Nvidia and Meta. Still just waiting to see how they react at these necklines. can see the Qs are now into this little high pivot zone, matching up with that little pivot. Let's see if we get a back test to the neckline. So anyone could have got a better entry on the 419 puts than me. A much better entry. I'm still riding all three strikes, 419, 418, 417. Nice little fake breakout there. Looks like they are trying to cause a fake breakout. And again, I was waiting for NVIDIA to see how it reacted in Meta, and so far we're back in the green on those 419 puts, guys. So we did not get shaken out. Still looking for a potential failed breakout here. NVIDIA, looking at this NVIDIA chart, if it can confirm this breakdown, you know, you have a decent amount of sell side pressure that could come back into the semis. You know, downside takes you back to about 800 on NVIDIA, guys. So 800, if NVIDIA drops to 800, the Qs are going to get smoked here. You know, a $14 drop on NVIDIA will probably relate to a $1.50 down on the Qs. Meta trying to firm up though, so that's short-term concerning. Come on, Qs, drop it down, cut them down, guys. We held through the little bit of volatility there. It appears that we are trying to get paid a bit. I'm still in all of my strike put zones. We're up about 8 cents on the 419s, but still looking for them to go in the money. NVIDIA breaking down here, guys. Look at NVDA. So this is what I was waiting for. I didn't want to get stopped out because NVIDIA was showing some bearish price action. So we're back in the driver's seat on all three positions at the moment. We're back in the driver's seat. Come on, Qs, chop it down. Same strategy. I'm going to cover half of my 419s at this trend line, this upsloping trend line. So everyone watch your own chart. Obviously there's a 10-second delay, but watch your chart. 419 around 419.30. I'll look to take half the profits on the 419s. I'm going to let the 418s and the 417s ride. So here we go. Here comes the flush, guys. Up to $1.36. So we're in the driver's seat on this trade, guys. We are in the driver's seat. We are printing. Can we get another win? NVIDIA seeing some heavy downward pressure at the moment. So NVIDIA breaking down. QQQ coming down. QQQ is almost at that 419.30 zone where I'll look to take half the profits off. We're up to $1.47. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Beautiful little down move, guys. Get ready to take some profits. I'm looking at probably about $1.50, taking profits on half the 419s. Half of the 419s, probably at $1.50. We're at $1.39 right now. NVIDIA is still flailing and falling. NVIDIA is hitting 5-minute chart supports, EMA 113, so there is some support here. Come on, Qs, give us the tap of this little wedge, and then we look for a break. So what could happen is we bounce on this wedge, then we could bounce all the way back up to the top of the wedge, and then maybe the bigger breakdown. But there's also a scenario where the sell side pressure just starts to take hold and we blast through this little support zone, triggering the head and shoulders. Head and shoulders still hasn't, it's on watch. We really need to trigger this little neckline. And I mean, really, that kind of gives us two different targets on the Qs. If we're using this as the neckline, it really hasn't triggered yet. It would only trigger if we get a move. NVIDIA stabilizing here, guys. QQQ just chopping, burning theta. Meta's still at its neckline, but NVIDIA is definitely broken here, so we should see more downside in some of the semis. Right now, market's getting a bid. Google still bouncing firmly. Apple coming in. Tesla coming in. Amazon pushing. Bitcoin pushing. Markets are catching a nice little bid here. Let's see if the QQQ can break down. Nat gas going for a new high of day. So nat gas is continuing to see a little bit more momentum. Qs are pushing right back up, guys. Didn't take any profits off of that dip. Still just waiting. Come on, Qs. Give us the 419 strike. You had an attempt at a breakout of this inverse head and shoulders. It failed, so likely a failed pattern should result in more downward pressure. Q's got to bounce because NVIDIA bounced off of its EMA. Look at Meta. Meta's trying to recapture its little neckline here. That's a short-term positive. So I have two downside targets on the Qs. One down here at 417.15 and the other one down here at 416.50. Those could both play out today. Still creating a wedge. Higher lows, lower highs. Which way are we going to break? Again, we have a new wedge pattern here. This inverse head and shoulders neckline has technically failed. So we have another wedge pattern here forming. Come on, Qs, give it up. Give it up. GameStop looking firm. Boeing's trying to firm up here. Boeing's still down another 1.5%. But it is looking like it's trying to form a little bit of a base here. Maybe a dead cat bounce, but nat gas still trying to push a little bit. Qs are trying to push back up again. Oh, never ever got to exit my position. Still riding all the strikes at the moment. Basically back to break even. Just chopping us up right now. Again, NVIDIA's triggered bearish pattern. Meta's trying to firm up though. Contracts just went basically back to break even there. CGC heading to the daily low, so canopy growth breaking down a little bit more, down 1.45%. Yep. Yields have softened up here, so it actually supports the markets to bounce. But it's interesting to see that NVIDIA has been softening up as the yields have been softening up. Google's still ripping now. Apple's trying to put in a bit of a bottom here. Cons are at $1.15, so we're up slightly. Still just stuck in a range. Come on, give us 419. Again, two downside targets right now. One upside target, 421.80. Again, markets tried breaking out here and it got rejected. Still put in a higher low though, so there's still a chance that it could try to work itself through and push higher, but there's a mean right shoulder potentially developing here. We haven't triggered it, but there is a mean right shoulder trying to trigger. Qs are trying to firm back up here. What's holding up the market? My puts. Google right now just ripping. That's what's actually firming up here. Google, Meta obviously. GameStop just made a new high of day. Nat gas going for $2. Oil still trading at 82.15. EQT about 20 cents away from being in the money on our calls. Tesla trading at 165, Microsoft at 392, Google at 155.80, still down 2%, but Google's had a over $5 rally off of the low. Quite impressive. Quite impressive. So I think now that Google's starting to recapture a lot of its losses, the next thing to see is if Google runs into any sort of resistance. That's what might take the Qs down its next level is if Google stops rallying here. I mean, look at this 20-minute chart rally on Google. Now coming up into your major pivot resistance here on Google. Let's see if the sellers start to come in. But what a ramp up on Google. Nvidia coming in hard, guys. Alright, so the 419s are starting to work in our favor again. GameStop, guys, look at this GME chart. It had a massive gap down today, got gobbled right back up. Basically positive on the session, looking to continue its breakout and confirming. In a weak market, this name could squeeze. I mean, wow, what impressive price action so far in GME. This name could squeeze. All right, let's flip back to good googly. That one's still pressing now, tapping its first little resistance pivot on Google, but an astonishing bounce for Google. Meta's still trying to curl up. We're down now about 4 cents again on the contracts. QQQ still trying to push here. Qs are still trying to break out of this wedge pattern. You can see pivot high to pivot high. You're testing the high of the wedge. You're testing resistance right now. Again, if it breaks out of an upside target of 421.80, but if we keep getting rejected, then the two downside targets come back into play. I'm obviously leaning more bearish, but market right now is just chopping in a range. Chopping in a range. Nat gas trying to test $2 right now. Nat gas is now at 0.86%. 0.86%. Amazon still curling up. Microsoft still trying to press. Tesla coming in a little bit. Nvidia is the wild card right now. It's still triggered that bearish pattern. And you can see the sell side pressures coming from really Nvidia alone. Again, I'm down about 2 cents on the 419 puts. My average is at $1.12 a contract. $1.12 on the 419 puts. Google's still pressing. You have Microsoft trying to curl. Apple's still floundering. Meta curling down a touch. Nvidia's still looking a little bit weak. GameStop new high of day. Nat gas still looking for a new high of day. Wow, GME is just ripping here, guys. It's starting to just rip face. Qs are now starting to weaken a touch, guys. Qs are still waiting here. Haven't given us a directional break yet. Google's now softening up. All right, guys, we're finally starting to see these 419 puts again go in the money for us a little bit. Google coming in a touch. I repeat, Google's trying to come in a touch. Again, same sort of plan here on the Qs. I'm looking to take profits on half the 419 puts somewhere around this gap fill zone, right in this gap fill. So this move is just sideways right now. Back to break even on the 419s, just chopping us up, chopping all the theta right now. Oil still trying to firm up a little bit. All right, Qs are now coming down again. Since we've been consolidating, guys, I'm not going to sell half my profits at this trend line. I'm actually going to let it pierce, and I'll take profits right at 419 if we hit. So right at 419, I'll take half of the profits off of the 419 puts, but pretty much right at this pivot zone. Okay, right in this range, you know, between 419 and 419.10. That's where I'll close half of the 419 puts, okay? Right in this consolidation zone. So between 419 and 419.10 is where I'm looking to sell half of the 419 puts. I'm still riding the 418s and the 417s. 418s my average at 80 cents. Everyone had opportunity to get in a better fill. 417 my average at 55 cents. So we're up on all three strikes at the moment, but just barely. I'm still looking for a much bigger move at the moment. The market's just coiling in a rather tight range. It's a very, very tight range right now that the market's coiling in. And it could break either way still, right? It's not a guaranteed slam dunk that we flush, but it's certainly looking likely to me based off of Nvidia, the leader today, breaking down a bit. Meta right now is also seeing some more downside. So is Microsoft. So this could be where we flush now, this moment. With Meta seeing hard selling, Microsoft, they're just trying to hold this market sideways, though. We're up about 13 cents a contract on the 419 puts. Come on, just give us a flush here. Tom saying, question for the group. I'm short UVXY shares at 38. If I sell puts at a strike of 34 and they get put to me, then I make $4 per share US credit. I guess the exact opposite of a covered call. Let me just pull up that UVXY chart. So you're shorting UVXY shares at 38 bucks. I didn't even see it hit there. Oh, maybe that's from previous day. I guess you're probably holding a position from previously. So you're at 38. Qs are getting a really sizable push here, guys. Basically down in the trade at the moment. Nvidia, you can see, is getting a nice little pump. Qs are still pushing. Google softening. Nvidia pumping. Microsoft catching a bid. Apple also catching a bid. Alright, Qs are pumping here, guys. Qs are pumping. I'm down 12 cents now. 13 cents. They are trying to break this wedge pattern. Let's see if this becomes another failed breakout. Tesla curling down, Meta curling down. Nvidia still holding steady. Q's still stuck at the high of the range. We've made so many attempts now breaking out to the upside. It leads me to think they're going to flush it. They keep, I think there's a lot of shorts still in the market. They keep trying to get shorts to cover off of these breakouts, and they keep rejecting it. So at some point, I think we're going to get peeled away to the downside here. Obviously, look at that. If you exited your calls, we were down 13 cents. And now we're up 13 cents. So I mean, the volatility is immense in this range, but considering the market has had now, if you actually use this original neckline, you can see it had one attempt at a breakout, another attempt here, and a third attempt here. That was your previous neckline, and it keeps getting rejected. If you're obviously more conservative trader and using a flat horizontal resistance, you've had one attempt here, failed. Your downsloping trend line, you had an attempt breaking out, rejected, another attempt rejected, still putting in higher lows though. But I mean, the amount of attempts that it's had to the upside, it makes me think that when we break, we're going to break hard to the downside. Obviously, we still could just flounder in this range. But I don't know, I think people might move more defensively ahead of Google, Microsoft, especially since the PCE number came in a little bit hotter today, which spiked yields. Core PCE tomorrow, that should be market moving around 8:30 a.m. QQQ pushing right back up, guys. Let's look back at Meta. Meta simultaneously still holding short term underneath its neckline, but the Qs are pushing right back up again, making another attempt at a breakout, guys. Making another attempt at a breakout. Can they do it here? Bulls are trying. Bulls are definitely trying. Nvidia trying to firm up. Same thing with Amazon, Google pushing, Meta pushing. So Qs may try to break out here again. Down about 10 cents on those 419s. Nat Gas still trying to push for $2. Meta again back testing its little neckline. Nvidia firming up here. We've been stuck under this EMA 113 a couple times now, and we're still seeing some sellers there. Still no official breakout on the Qs. Still seeing rejection off of this wedge off that EMA 113. Quite extraordinary. You still have all sectors red in the S&P 500 except for utilities. Utilities actually just turned green, slightly green. Google still pushing. Meta trying to curl up to 431. Amazon trying to break out of a little flag pattern. Apple still struggling. Microsoft still struggling. Microsoft also on watch for a bit of a bearish break down. Nvidia holding steady since its little recent decline. Let's look at Microsoft. Microsoft is holding a key trend line right now. You can see that pivot zone currently trading underneath it. Google's still surging higher and higher. Meta curling now testing 430 again. Still down about 10 cents on the 419s. Again, the bulls have had many attempts at clearing this area. The more attempts and the more failures it has, the more likely of a downward move to come into the market. The bears really haven't had any attempt yet at testing this neckline again. You know, you had your first pivot, second pivot bounce. You haven't really tested this lower boundary wedge pattern just yet. Which at some point, if the sellers start to overwhelm the buyers, we're going to have a big move down. But at this time, Qs are trying to break out. The bulls are trying to fight and push this market again. You break out of this zone. You have an upside to about 420.57-ish. Kind of in line with this double top. Just a slight pierce of that double top. Alright, so you are getting some more positive flow in the Qs. Again, I may have to take a loss on these positions. Still riding them. Still struggling at that EMA. Amazon surging though. Amazon's ripping right now. Tesla coming in. Big ramp up in the Qs, guys. Really big ramp up in the Qs. Still underneath this little neckline, but the Qs are trying to break this little high pivot zone now. Bigger push coming in. Again, you're seeing firming up in pretty much all the mega caps right now. Microsoft bouncing hard. Nvidia bouncing. You did get a positive 1 minute close off this candle, but really you haven't confirmed any of these breakouts. All the breakouts and pops are still being sold into. So you can see every single time we've put in a higher high, sold into. Higher high, sold into. Higher high. Let's see if we get sold into. Meta or Microsoft still firm. Microsoft wedge pattern, you can see it wants to push to the high of its wedge. Qs are still pushing. Again, guys, I'm going to add to this 419 put one more time around 421. And I won't add to the others. The other ones are going against us. Alright, here we go. Get ready. I'm going to add to the 419 put if we tap 421. I'm down right now substantially, about just over 20 cents. Qs are still trying to push and break out here. Alright, Qs are coming in a touch here. Chris is saying ACB and Canopy have been moving in tandem. Aurora down 5, Canopy basically break even. Which one is telling the truth? Alright guys, I'm still holding these put options. Have not gone how I thought they would. down 23 cents on the 419s. Still seeing a bit of distribution in this market. Nat gas just made a new high of day briefly. Qs are still trying to press a little bit more. Guys, get ready to add. Get ready to add. I'm very, very close to doing so. All right, guys, I just added to my 419 put there at 81 cents. 81 cents. So my average is now sitting at 97 cents a contract. 97-cent average. I won't add any more. That is the, I won't add any more to the position. That is the final add to the 419s. Average 97 cents. All right, a big squeeze coming in. So we tapped that 421. Let's see the reaction here. Getting some sellers there off 421. Again, I'm still down about 14 cents. They're both their VWAP April 24th or April 4th. Thank you. Amazon still pressing, Meta, Microsoft, Google still looking firm, trying to push even higher here. Microsoft's approaching the high of its wedge pattern. Obviously, Nvidia still triggered a bear head and shoulders pattern, but Qs are just brushing that aside in the near term and trying to push higher. Microsoft seeing a bit of resistance. Microsoft trying to break out of its high of its wedge pattern. UMP reports they beat expectations. One of the rail stocks I'm looking to buy. We'll look at VOD. Busy right now. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'll take a look at that after. Just managing these options. So I'm still down about 17 cents on the 419 put. Qs have obviously made a nice little breakout, still putting in lower highs on the session, but it is shaping up that they're trying to make an attempt at breaking out here. Microsoft breaking out of its wedge pattern. That's positive. Apple now firming up some more. Amazon continuing to grind. Not my best put play at the moment. I still think that there's still some chance of a little bit of a near-term market sell-off. But market's definitely trying to grind and press here through the mega caps. S&P continuing to push higher here. It's now 1207. EQT is trying to push for that $40 strike zone with members. Adobe's trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom. S&P 500 trying to push higher here, trading at that 500 psych number on the SPY. Nvidia's still trying to press. Microsoft's still trying to press. Google's now coming in. So Google's starting to soften up here a touch. Tesla's also pulled back. Still have strength in the semiconductors. Nat gas up 1% now. Meta's still down 12. Regionals are down 1.5. Aurora down 5. Oil's slightly negative by about 0.3%. S&P still trying to firm up in this range. Qs are still ripping here, guys. Qs are still ripping. Looks like they're trying to go for this double top, trying to make a new high of day on the QQQ. So this is the channel we've just been chopping and grinding in. Qs are still ripping here, trying to break out of that channel. Nvidia looking like it wants to backtest its neckline. Still had a really impressive move on the Qs. Really impressive move. Again, my average on 419 puts are at 97 cent average. I'm down right now about 20 cents per contract. So it's a fairly sizable loss at the moment. Still could turn around if there's some downside pressure at all, but as of now, Qs are still trying to put in higher lows. Still only have that high pivot on the day. But you had a pretty impeccable bounce off the lows in many of the mega cap names. Let's see if we can get some follow through. Bigger dump there. I'm now down only 5 cents on the 419 puts. Down only 5 cents. Come on, Qs, dump it down. Dump it down, come on. So still a potential lower high in place, but higher lows. So as of now, Still just could see the market sell off and go back down to the lows, especially if we don't put in a higher high. Look at this. Come on. We're now in the green by about 5 cents. Come on, QQQs. We're looking at 419 puts here, guys. We're riding 419s, 418s, 417s. It was down sharply, but we're teetering between break even and slightly negative here. Qs are back testing this first support zone. Big level. Obviously, buyers are defending it at the moment. QQQ did tap the 7-day moving average. We're sitting at 422.16. You can see Microsoft, a bit of almost a fake breakout out of its wedge pattern. We'll see if that wants to come down. Seeing Tesla continuing to grind lower, Google selling off a little bit harder at the moment. Again, we still have Microsoft earnings after the bell. We have Google earnings after the bell. Those are the big boys set to report. Would you short Meta again? It's at 433. Let's take a look at Meta. Potentially. Yeah, it's right at that neckline. It's a good risk to reward zone at this neckline. I think you can short it here. And then just use this high pivot as your stop. I don't mind that. 433 short on Meta. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I'm just going to manage my QQQ. I have enough exposure on the QQQ side via these put options, but yeah, 433 is a decent area for Meta here. And then just use this high pivot as your stop. So, call it 435 stop loss. Just to pierce the 435. Thanks, Anonymous. I know I hate when I get stuck in these options plays. You just get burned on the theta. Had opportunity to take, 15, 20 cents here and there, but was being a little bit greedy. And that's where the market makers like to chew you up. Chew you up and spit you out. Qs are pushing right back up again. So they gave us a brief opportunity there to exit, but I did not decide to take it. Qs are back testing that little bit of a pivot zone trend line. Look at Meta. Meta is starting to push a little bit more at the high of its little neckline zone. Nvidia is still trying to move up a touch. I'm seeing Google still pressing. Meta is now at 435.40 and pushing. Apple at 168.74. QQQ still trying to remain firm here. So Meta pushed up past that high pivot. Looking firm here. Qs are still trying to press. Wow. Qs are grinding higher again. Strength coming back in from Nvidia. Nvidia is still trying to press and push up here. Apple's now trying to curl up. Microsoft seeing some buyers. Nat Gas trying to reclaim $2 here. So Nat Gas is trying to firm up. S&P still above that 500 psychological whole number. Qs are still remaining firm. Meta's still trying to push a little bit more. Nvidia is still pressing. Meta's now at 435.80. Tesla's trying to catch a bid as well. QQQ just grinding higher and higher, still stair-stepping its way up, putting in higher lows. Trying to put in higher highs though. Big spot here for Qs again. High, lower high. Let's see if we put in a higher high here. We are trying. So they're piercing this area. Next stop is double top. They are trying to rip it. Microsoft getting a nice pump. So that was a little bit of an attempt at piercing and wicking through that area. No close yet. No close. Looking for about 29 on KWeb. Yeah, KWeb's been strong. That's been acting very well. Had a nice gap down today, and then it got gobbled right back up. Basically just flat on the session. Again, I'm rating $29 strikes. Calls, $29 calls. On KWeb as well. Which we're almost there. And KWeb could be triggering a rather large weekly bullish pattern. I'll actually pull it up here. So look at all this consolidation, bullish consolidation. You've now broken above it. You have a very, very defined little neckline here now, an inverted head and shoulders on the daily chart of KWeb. And again, this is part and parcel because the PBOC, the People's Bank of China, is stimulating now. We're actually cutting rates. Obviously, they're in a little bit more of a deflationary environment. QQQ still trying to press here, guys. 425. Double top is now being hit. Blasting through it with sheer power. Wow, look at that. Can we get a 1 minute close above that double top? Would signal a very bullish sign for the market. And it is shaping up to be that way. Damn it. Fuck. Guys, I apologize about these these puts. Got my ass handed to me. I'm still in them, the 419s. I'm just trying to see if we get any sort of a dip to mitigate some of the losses. But it's not looking positive for the 419s at the moment. So again, I apologize that we were having a stellar morning. Still a good day for us with the profits we've taken in the swing trade room with members and the initial early morning trades, but definitely not nice that we're giving some of these back with these put options right now. Still a scenario where we could flush back down to the low of this channel, but again, we did create a higher high, so that's definitely a positive sign for the market right now. Let's see if it wants to hold it and confirm. A lot of people are now piling in on the long side. We've only got a 1 minute close. No confirmation yet of the breakout, but it's trying. It's trying. Again, my average at 97 cents. I'm down about 32 cents per contract, getting my ass handed to me on these trades at the moment. So apologies about that. Not my best entry on these puts. Still seeing Nvidia tried recapturing 820, getting slightly rejected. Apple's still curling, Google's still curling, Meta's still curling, Tesla pushing down. So a little bit of weakness being observed into Tesla. Microsoft chart here still looking to press a little bit more. Qs are trying to confirm this breakout. You're retesting, again, your upside resistance is that 422.30. That's your 7-day moving average on the Qs. 422.30 is your 7-day moving average. Whoa, guys, I actually have a fake print on my daily QQQ chart. Look at this. Look at this price action. It's saying the high of this candle already hit 422.26, and then you go intraday, the candle's not quite there yet. So I should have seen that earlier. Fake prints are often a little bit of a signal that we're going to that area. So the daily chart is saying the QQQ has already hit a wick high here of around 422.28ish. That's what it's saying. That's what's printing on that candle. Dollar's still a little soft at the moment. VIX has been faded but still green on the session. Amazon, Google still pressing higher here. Apple pushing, Tesla lagging. A little bit of a bull flag starting to form. Still no confirmed break on the 1 minute, but you are looking a little bit more bullish here in the Qs. Definitely a little bit more bullish in the Qs at the moment. We are starting to press. Adobe's firming up. Boeing catching a little bit of a bid. You're now hitting, you're over the 20 MA on, or sorry, you're over the 7-day moving average on the S&P, the SPY. So currently you have Bitcoin just trying to firm up here, going slightly green potentially. QQQ is only down 1.09%, SPY down 0.81, Russell down 1.14, 10-year yield still at 1.34. Microsoft still negative on the session. Microsoft is down 3.5, AMD up 1, SMCI up 3, Nvidia up 2.9, Apple's flat. Quite impressive to see Apple and Microsoft down, but quite impressive to see so many of the semis outperforming still, with the QQQ down 1.13%. Again, I'm still holding these 419 puts, 418s, 470. The 418s and 417s, I'm probably going to have to take a loss. 419, I may have to take a loss as well. But I'm just trying to see if we can get any sort of a downward move to get out of these shares just to mitigate the loss. Again, I always size these for basically zero, but I want to see if we can get any sort of a corrective pullback that gives us an opportunity to mitigate the risk. Because right now, I mean, my average on the 419s, which is the primary position, is sitting at 97 cents, and I'm down 37 cents a contract. So pretty substantial loss at this point if I were to cover here. S&P still trying to grind. Amazon still trying to push. Meta's coming in a touch. Apple's now starting to push a little bit more. Qs are right back to the highs. Big push in Microsoft continuing. Tesla's still continuing to fall here. Apple looking much stronger. Meta coming in a touch. Nvidia obviously has still triggered that bear pattern, but it's holding up well and looking to retest its neckline. So obviously Nvidia never ever played out the downside move. Russell 2000 trying to firm up as well. It's only down 1.15. Dixie coming down a little bit here. Nat gas above $2 at the moment. Currently up on the session 1.32%. So a positive reaction off of the inventories for nat gas. After that massive down move yesterday, breaking through a lot of technical resistance, nat gas trying to firm up today and get back above its daily 7 moving average. There's a bit of a down move in the Qs. If we can retest this area again, 420, I may look to exit the 419s. I'm going to see what they're priced at if we retest this zone, this 420.60, 420.50 zone. I'm going to look to see what they're priced at for getting that zone. As of now, I mean, you're just consolidating like a beast above this previous high pivot zone. At the moment, you still have not confirmed the 1 minute chart breakout. So you got your impulse green candle, no confirmation, no confirmation, no confirmation. Actually, yeah, you did confirm it there. So you did confirm the breakout off this 1 minute candle. So it does swing the probabilities for higher price, but it does appear that we could grind. Microsoft pushing, Nvidia seeing some sellers, Meta seeing some more sellers, Tesla a little bit weaker as well. Qs are still holding above that high pivot, which is a positive sign. Contracts on the 419s are sitting at 62 cents, still down 35 cents a contract on the primary put position. $12:33 on the clock, guys. 12:33 time frame. Still have quite a few of the big boys reporting earnings tonight. We'll go through some of the plays potentially setting up in the market. Microsoft still printing here, pumping. Amazon still looking to push a bit higher. Qs are still just putting in a potential bull flag pattern. Nvidia is starting to wane and weaken a little bit here. Watch Nvidia, how it reacts here, because the chart setup is very similar. A little bit of a flag pattern forming, but Nvidia is still, unlike the Qs who've put in a higher high now, Nvidia still hasn't done so. And the charts patterns on Nvidia and the Qs are eerily similar. So it's pretty much what Nvidia does. Qs are probably going to follow suit right now. Even you look at the chart pattern difference on the Qs and Microsoft. Microsoft is broken out. Qs are just floundering here. Tesla curling down some more. Meta's trading at 434.68. Short-term wedge on CGC coming to an end. I feel like it will break up considering it's at support VWAP, but the market is so bearish, so maybe it goes down. Anonymous saying, just took a rally speculation trade in Aurora. Let's look at these Canopy Growth and Aurora names. So CGC. What time frames you guys looking on? And CGC is still just consolidating near the highs. Let's look at Aurora, ACB. Yeah, that one's a little bit more oversold intraday. Definitely a bit of a falling wedge pattern potential in Aurora. So this one's definitely looking like a bit of a potential long trade. Trying to break out of this falling wedge. So ACB looks definitely more interesting, I think, on the long side. You got filled at 674. Yeah, it's a good entry there, Chris. Good entry. You're already up 6 cents per share. Your resistance is probably going to be your first level of resistance around the 685 zone, maybe 687. CGC is not as positively looking, even though it's performing better than Aurora on the day. The chart setup right now is not looking as optimistic. Qs are still trying to press here. Microsoft still pushing, Tesla curling down. Qs are trying to break out of this flag pattern. Definitely some volume in this region. Microsoft staying firm. Microsoft's coming into its double top. Nvidia's slightly lagging the Qs at the moment. Alright guys, Nvidia is starting to weaken here. Again, I'm still holding 419s, down 37 cents a contract at the moment. And I'm not adding to the position, even though this is a bit of a short zone again itself. Nvidia weakening here, guys. This is going to drag down the semis. So again, I may look to cover the position in and around this range. And it might be a small loss on the 419 put if we get back in this range. And you can see the channel we're chopping in. Low pivot, low pivot, low pivots, high pivot. I mean, it gives us an upside move all the way to the top of the channel. If we can hold this little consolidation pattern, we could move easily back to the high of this channel today. The big question is, do people want to hold their full long positions heading into mega caps? Google, Microsoft. Probably one of them is going to do well. One of them is probably going to do poorly. EQT starting to push up some more. So EQT $40 calls are almost in the money, guys. So those EQT calls are almost in the money with members. I'm going to still hold them. We still have till May 10th. May 10th to exercise. Sorry, actually, let me just make sure. Is it either May 10th or May 17th? May 10th. We still have time till May 10th. So a couple more weeks to see if we can get some further upside in these nat gas plays. And what's interesting is, I mean, these have had weekly chart breakouts. You know, upside target on EQT, I have about 43.70. You have Microsoft starting to weaken a little bit. But again, it's been a nice mover, this EQT play, guys, for us. And these $40 calls are probably going to go in the money today. But a nice daily chart inverse head and shoulders breakout. Look at this weekly chart. Monster move. If this is a weekly inverse head and shoulders on EQT, I mean, wow, this thing could moon. You know, you haven't triggered the breakout yet. Alright, EQT $40 calls are about to go in the money. I did just get an alert crossing 39.97. Again, remember those $40 calls, it's up to you what you want to do with them. They are in the money right now, about 2 cents. They briefly, actually they missed the in the money by about 1 penny. They hit a high of 39.99 on EQT. So missed it by in the money, but I'm still going to hold. Nvidia flailing a little bit here. Seeing oil trying to curl up and push higher here. So oil's looking a little bit more positive in the near term. You've been wanting to short Google for a long time now. Leaning towards shorting Google. My iron counters aren't working that great. Not as much vol crush as I was expecting. All in. You're all in Google short. So Tom is shorting Google. And it is coming in a touch here. Yeah, you're hitting that previous little resistance pivot off in an extraordinary move. Extraordinary move. Qs are still pressing higher here in the near term. Qs are going for a little bit of a new intraday high here. New high. Dixie's softening even more now at the moment, guys. The dollar is coming down some more. S&P is only down 0.8. Qs are down 1.06. Microsoft still down 3.4. Apple just turned green again. Nvidia up 2.7. AMD up 1. SMCI pumping up 3.75. Qs are trying to break out here. Nat gas pushing for a new high of day. Look at 1DT, 160 put, 6.9. Are you looking for Google? Is that on Google? 160 put. $160 put on Google right now is at 685. $685 on a 160 put right now. So you're looking to take an in the money put going into earnings. Are you looking to buy or sell that put? Yeah, I'm probably gonna cut my losses. I'm just waiting to see if we get a complete breakout here, but I'm down on my QQQ 419. Just trying to see if we can get a retest back to this high pivot zone. Still seeing Nvidia weakening a little bit. So I mean the strength is coming from Microsoft and Meta at the moment. Apple as well, trying to get back to 170 on Apple. But again, Nvidia lagging is making me somewhat suspicious. But as of now, the Qs are still looking to press higher. So I'm roughly down about 50% on this option contract. Qs are still grinding. All right, Nvidia is now trying to participate. That's not a good sign as well. It could help the Qs in the near term even more. Microsoft is hitting a key resistance at the moment. You're hitting that high pivot double top reversal bar, and you're still trying to work yourself through that area. Let's see if any sellers come back into Microsoft inside of this heavy bar. Qs are still just trending here. Anonymous down 1.5K, still can take my 1K out. It's honestly up to you at this point. I always size it for loss, but I'm also down right now about 1,200 on it. You know, Microsoft's into some resistance. Nvidia really hasn't performed like the Qs, although it's trying now. So it's your call at this point. If you're wanting to take your money out and try to reposition it somewhere else, you know what? That's obviously up to you. I'm still holding at the moment, which it's going against me even more in the short term. You can see the Qs are still grinding. Nvidia is now participating. So again, we just tapped on the daily chart, the 7-day moving average. It's sitting at 422.37. That's what we're kind of into right now. 422.37 is daily chart resistance, but Nvidia is pumping. So we could obviously get through that. Bit of sellers creeping back in. It's a bit of a dip, just getting gobbled right back up. Nvidia's ripping. Qs are still pushing higher. Apple, Microsoft running into some near-term sellers. Google still curling down a bit at the moment. Meta's trying to push up to 437. Nvidia's back above 820, 821, 822 and pushing. Look at Nvidia go, guys. Wow. So Nvidia is trying to trigger a little bit of a bull flag here, breakout. Also a potential little inverse head and shoulders on Nvidia. It is trying to break it as we speak. So right now they're selling Google. So nice job, Tom. No, Michael, you didn't miss much. Just getting my ass handed to me in a put trade on the Qs. So you could probably, again, the Qs are chopping in a channel here. Low pivot, high pivot, low pivot, low pivots. Does suggest we could even push all the way up to here. I have a big Fibonacci retrace level sitting at that 423.36 zone right up here. It's a big fib retrace. 7-day moving average is being tapped right now as we speak on the Qs. Nvidia is trying to break out here and push. Nat gas steadily holding, trying to hold above $2 here. Bitcoin trying to firm up above 64,000. Nvidia still ripping 822. Microsoft at 394.90. Google curling down. Meta curling up. Qs are pushing. Nvidia surging here, guys. Microsoft trying to work through this pivot, eating up the volume at the moment. Tesla's starting to curl up. ACB, S&D on CGC catching bids. Wow, what a push in the Qs there, guys. Nvidia's ripping, so that's the strength in Nvidia. We're now approaching the top of this resistance channel. Top of the resistance channel is coming into play. If we hit this 423.36, I'm going to come in with common shares short on the Qs. Common shares short. My puts are not working with me. I don't want to get stuck in any theta burn. But if we hit 423.36, I'm going to take a big short position in the Qs with common shares. I apologize about the put options, guys. That's definitely not how I expected the trade to go. Again, it's almost 1 o'clock. There's still a few hours left in the session. Markets have had a tremendous bounce off of the lows. QQQ only down 0.88% right now. S&P down 0.7, Russell down 0.96. So Russell 2000 is lagging at the moment. Monster push continuing in the Qs. Honestly, position size is the biggest thing. Yep, it's all wins and losses here, right? There's always losses. You're never going to be a perfect trader. I'm certainly far from it. Certainly far from it, guys. That's why it's always, if you're playing in the options market, the biggest thing to understand is enter the trade with whatever you're willing to lose on that position. So if it's $1,000 you're willing to lose on the QQQ, enter it so that you are willing to take a 100% loss on that trade. The sizing is the biggest thing that you can learn. We get too greedy, we get too confident at times. You know, before this trade we hit, 4 big winners. We were 4 for 4. But the biggest thing in the options market is sizing for zero. Once you can understand that concept, believe it or not, it'll help your trade win rate exponentially increase and your take home profits. Let's look at some of the biggest movers again in the market. Still holding Newmont, ripping. Meta obviously has firmed up, but still down in the session. Textron gapping down. IBM still weak. Raymond James, Caterpillar. All right, QQQ still remaining firm. Nvidia is still looking strong, up 3.22%. Qs have put in new highs of day yet. Nvidia is still underneath its high of day. Microsoft currently consolidating at its high of day. It's good, guys, as long as you can take away learning lessons. As long as you can take away learning lessons, that's the main thing. Microsoft still steady. Qs are coming in a touch. Right now, Amazon's still looking bullish, consolidating nicely on the 10-minute chart. Meta still putting in potentially a lower high, but still trying to firm up here, trading at 438. Tesla still up 1.3% on the session. Nvidia is still pushing for new highs. Nvidia is trying to actually make a new high of day. And I believe it's going for a new high of day as we speak. Nvidia just made a new high right there. Nvidia did make a new high of day. So still seeing extraordinary strength creeping back into the leading semi name. Down $80 on the 419 QQQ put. Yeah, I'm down about 1,300, 1,400. Nvidia still ripping. Adobe still pressing. Boeing catching a bid. Oil starting to wane a little bit here. 10-year yield still up 1.25%. S&P is now trading at 502 and ripping. 502 and ripping. Wow, look at that. All right, guys, I'm going to short the Qs here at this 423.36 just with common shares. Just with common shares. We're almost there. We're almost there. Almost hit that area. Damn, that might have been the short candle. We'll see if they want to take us up, but I had a 423.36 as major resistance. We came within 9 cents of that. You can see the channel working right now as resistance. There's always still a scenario where you can flush right back down to the low of this channel, and you would still be keeping the pattern of higher lows and higher highs. So you could even still have a flush down to this, 421, 420.75 zone, and you would still be keeping higher lows. As of now, the Qs are firm. Buy the dippers are pushing things up. EQT $40 calls just went in the money with members. EQT $40 calls just went in the money with members. Microsoft still pushing, Apple consolidating sideways, Amazon coming in. Google was a nice short. So Tom, you called out that really good Google level. And it really hasn't performed with the NASDAQ. You've actually seen Google still falling as the Qs have been pushing up. Nvidia's starting to wane a little bit here. Alright guys, I'm going to short Meta with common shares here. META, I just got filled at 439.80. 439.80, short Meta. 439.80 just with common shares. This is a 1/4 position. Still like it in this range. 439.80 short Meta. I'm short Meta 439.80 just with common shares. I think we could see Meta probably retest at least this lower boundary trend line at 435.80-ish. Meta's trying to hold that 236 fib level right now. QQQ still holding. Michael saying Nvidia short 830 commons or options. Honestly, because we're in a tricky situation here with the markets, I would stay away from options right now. I prefer the commons. The options on the short side have not worked. And funny enough, reviewing my notes here, the common shares have worked out much better. So when we had the Nvidia short commons earlier, when we had the Meta short commons, they worked out much better. The options are moving kind of mixed right now. Not really working as much on the put side. At least my timing was off today on the put side. So I'm just, if you're wanting to short Nvidia, I would stick with commons. You can even short in this area using this high pivot as your stop. So QQQ still just consolidating sideways here. Meta coming in a touch more. So that's still seeing a little bit of weakness. Good to see. Meta's coming in a bit more. QQQ a little bit of minor weakness. A little bit more of a decline in the Qs. There goes Meta. Weakness being observed in Google. Hard dump in Google. Nice job on your Google short there, Tom. Nice job on your Google short. Look at that thing dump. Google's dumping here. Just early on the Qs. Yeah, but that's, still technically wrong. Being early with options is wrong. So I'm going to take that one on the chin and say, you know what, it's not my best entry. Still, at least we've still closed, 4 winners before this QQQ put. And we closed a monster win with Cannabix Technologies up over 78%. That one I've been sitting on for several months now, but just shows you, a few days pop, boom, up 78%. But Google got wrecked there. So back to Nvidia. Nvidia's still just consolidating near the highs here. Meta trying to push back up again. QQQ trying to push back up. Meta pushing right back up, guys. So basically Nvidia's ripping here, pushing for new highs on Nvidia. Wow. Crazy powerful price action. Google's still under pressure, but Nvidia's pumping up the QQQ complex. Microsoft's also starting to push some more. SMCI just made a new high. AMD's pushing. Apple's slightly green. Next ad level on Meta, common shares. Again, we just have a 1/4 position. Would be this red bar high, 442.28. Qs are still just consolidating here. 10-minute chart of the Qs. Right underneath that EMA 113 on the 10-minute chart. That's what we're tapping into right now. Heavy volume in this region. The VIX is still slightly green on the session, up about 4.5% on the UVXY. We've seen Canopy growth still down 1, Aurora down 6.2, Nat Gas up 1.32. Meta's still acting well. Nvidia's still trying to press. QQQ still acting okay. Still just seeing the Qs staying sideways on the Qs. Meta still just waiting on Meta to potentially fall a little bit more. I'm looking for a cover on Meta down here at the 433.77 zone. 433.77 zone. I do like Meta. Michael asked what day. That's a 0 DTE. That's why I'm wrong. That's why I'm wrong on the trade, Michael. Because it's a 0 DTE. I'm going to need a big flush in the next hour or two to at least recapture some of this downward move. Microsoft still pushing at the highs. Nvidia coming in a touch here off the lows. Google bouncing. Meta still seeing some distribution. So Meta at least is working out. That's coming down. QQQ still not budging. Holding steady like a rock. Oil's now trying to perk back up. Meta's starting to see some downward pressure. Same thing with Nvidia. Q's still staying strong. So I mean, it's Microsoft right now that's keeping the Q's buoyant. Meta trade is working out nicely. We're up about $2.50 right now. I have 100 shares short on Meta. Qs are coming down a little bit here, just a touch. Microsoft's now seeing some downward pressure. Google coming back down again. News release on FSRN 9 minutes ago. Is that popping? Whoa, 45% on Fisker. Let's look at FSR. Yeah, look at that. What's the news? What's the headline, guys? This one could squeeze all the way back up to gap. I'm going to take some common shares long as a pure speculation trade. What's the news, guys? What's the news? I'll let you know if I get filled. I'm going to see if we can get some sort of a minor pullback in FSR. Retest this, 5 cent whole number. And then I'm going to look for a bit of a long trigger. So if FSR can retest this 5 cent zone, I may go long. Qs and Meta are dumping. Alright guys, Meta is coming into target here. Meta is coming into target. Nat gas got hit a little bit. FSR still pushing here. In talks with 4 automakers. Yeah, that one's a mover, eh? That could be up 100% today, easily. That chart is still ridiculously oversold. It's always a risk, though, chasing these names. It's a big, big risk. Wow, look at Pfizer getting dusted right now. Jeez. FSR still pushing here, guys. I'm still riding my Meta short, still holding the Qs. Let's see Nvidia here. You can see the SOXS is catching a nice little bit off the lows here. So the semiconductor bear ETF. Guys, I'm looking for a cover on Meta right at this 433. Right now I'm up about 460 bucks. Come on, Meta. Come on. Fall, 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 fall. Alright guys, I'm all out of Meta here. 435.33, 435.33, 435.33. Just sold, sorry, covered the Meta short. 435.33. I banked 1%, $4.39 times 100 shares. I just made $4.39 on that trade. Nice little trade on the short side of Meta. Semiconductor bear ETF catching a little bit of a bid as we're seeing semis give it up a little bit here. Qs are still remaining okay. Let's look back at Nvidia. That one's still coming in from the high of day. Meta's bouncing sharply there. Oil's starting to get a little bit of steam here. Oil's trying to go green. It just went green on the session, oil. So now you're going to have to probably see the interest rates and the dollar firm up here because oil's starting to catch a bid. So it's never a good sign when oil starts to firm up. That's a headwind for the market. Oil being negative all session was a tailwind. Now it's shaping up that oil's potentially becoming a headwind for the market. Nvidia coming down a little bit more. And oil starting to rip a bit. Dixie's trying to catch a bid itself. So the DXY is trying to catch a bid. Companies on the verge of bankruptcy, yeah. So it's always a risk, right? Because even if they're in talks of, being in talks with automakers, is it going to be a take under? Is it going to be a takeover? Right now, obviously, it's at 6. I don't even know what the market cap of this thing is trading, but I remember it's similar price action to Carvana. Everyone was thinking Carvana was going to go under. It was a penny stock, and now look where Carvana is trading. Crazy. Meta's still down 11.6. Bitcoin right now slightly green, up about 0.3. Apple slightly negative. Microsoft down. Nvidia outperforming, up 3.3%. Meta getting a really big bounce here. Meta's potentially triggering a little head and shoulders here, breaking down out of its wedge. Look at the semiconductor ETF as well. That's still holding, trying to push higher. IWM, look at the difference in the IWM chart. Still inside of its harsh reversal red candle. You look at the Qs outside of its first reversal candle, way above it. Meta getting a really big bounce. Nvidia still bouncing. Nat gas took a little bit of a sell-off. Nvidia and semis are still ripping here. So if we break this little neckline on a 1 minute chart here, or even on the 3 minute chart, 2 minute chart of the Qs, then you have a downside move to the low end of this channel, back to these little pivots. As of now, market is bouncing. You still have mega caps putting in higher lows, higher highs. So it's a bit of a trend day to the upside at this point in time. All right, guys, I'm looking to take another short on Meta. It's retesting this neckline. Aggressive is the first little trend line. Conservative traders wait for the second trend line tap. I'm going to wait till roughly the middle point. I want to breach this first trend line and get somewhere in this 439. Somewhere back above 439 gets me interested again on the short side of Meta. So 439, if we get above 439, I get interested on the short side of Meta again. So 439 Pierce, I will short Meta with common shares. 1/4 position, I'm roughly going in with 100 shares. Only if we get back into the 439 range. Oil still pushing. Nice little bottoming tail today on Boeing. That stock is trying to make a red to green reversal. Qs are still pushing. Bought CGC at 885, Chris is saying. Hammer reversal. A little bit of a risky trade here. It's definitely just floundering and grinding lower. I'll just be right back, guys. Guys, oil's starting to really spike here. Yeah, they are pushing this market. They're grinding this up. It's a grinder. VIX is being faded. Maybe they come out with blockbuster earnings today and they push it up even more. You know, they gap it down, allow people to accumulate Google, Microsoft at some cheap discounts, and then they rip it. But the VIX is definitely struggling here. Nvidia going for new highs. All right, guys, Meta's coming up to 439. Still interested in it as a short trade. I'm getting a lot of fake prints on my daily charts of this market. I'm getting a lot of fake prints on my charts here. Even EQT, I got a fake print all the way up to 4104 today. All right, guys, I'm short Meta again, 439.35, 439.35, 439.35. I'm short META. This is a 1/4 entry. Nvidia still making new high of day. QQQ, major resistance is 423.36 area. It's a massive fib level. Nvidia is still strong though, so that's pushing semiconductors in a big way. So I'm short Meta again, 100 shares in the position. It's a high risk trade. So 439.35 short META. In terms of my target, what I'm looking for, let me just see here. Another move back down to this 435 zone would be pretty good. QQQ still pushing here. All right, guys, I'm short the Qs as well. 423.60, 423.60 right at the top of this channel. 423.60. This is a 1/4 position, just common shares as well. Short the Qs, 423.60, 423.60, 1/4 position on QQQ common share short as well as Meta. Next ad level on the Qs is basically going to be about every 50 cents higher. Every 40 to 50 cents higher I will add. So 423, 424.10, 424.60, those are the next ad levels on the short side until we accumulate 4 entries. Meta's still trying to push. QQQ pushing. Next ad level on Meta is still the same red bar high. And then this double top pivot. We are seeing Q's monster move here. What a rip. Imagine they try to take the market green after this monster gap down. That would not be in my playbook, but imagine they took this market green. How crazy would that be? Alright, we're coming up into the next ad level on the Qs. 424.10. Meta's starting to see some downward pressure. Qs are coming in a touch. At FSR, still up 48%. Oil's ripping now, guys. 82.68 on oil. Oil's made a red to green reversal. It's now up on the session 0.17%. Trying to retest 83 a barrel on oil. Meta coming in nicely again. I have 100 shares short on Meta. 100 shares short on the Qs. QQQ still holding steady here. EQT still pumping. Meta's starting to come in. Again, I'm looking for a 435 target on Meta, or even a pierce of 435. This little fib zone, 382 zone. Come on down, Meta. Come on, give it to us. We're up about 235 on Meta. Come on. 240. Come on, give me a move down to this 434 zone. Anything around this pivot and this 434, I'll look to cover my Meta short. I'm looking for another 1% gain or so. Might be a little bit greedy, but I think it's certainly possible. QQQ still consolidating. I have strength. It's just really semiconductors lifting things. You know, Apple still hasn't taken out its highs. Microsoft still ripping. Google obviously hasn't taken out its highs. Meta hasn't taken out its highs. Amazon has. So it's Amazon, Nvidia, the semiconductors, Microsoft, creating definitely an underlying strong bid in this market at the moment. VIX gave back the entire move. Yep. Cup and handle on SOXX. Let's take a look at that. Obviously, semis are strong. Yeah, cup and handle for sure. So you're at a big inflection point now. If you can get above this high pivot, you know, you could rip for sure. Definitely see that little cup and handle. Absolutely. And I mean, that gives us a target, price target of, you know, roughly another 2.75% higher. So call it a move to about 218, but we have to clear that little pivot zone. And on the bear side, you really don't want to lose this little neckline. But yeah, definitely looking like it wants to continue here on the semis, which is obviously a positive for the Qs. And it's going to come down to NVIDIA, what NVIDIA does here. NVIDIA's back testing that neckline. No head and shoulders on NVIDIA anymore because it's way above that high pivot. So slightly green on Meta, basically flat on the Qs. Meta's been a nice winner for us today. Meta's still coming in a touch more, guys. Google as well coming in a touch. Amazon coming in a touch. Tesla's actually trying to firm up here. Apple also trying to firm up. Dixie's trying to put in a little bit of a bottom here around the 105.55 area. Meta still down 11.5, Tesla up 2.11, Ford down 1.6, American Airlines up 0.22, Amazon down 2.7, Nvidia up 4, whopping 4%. Nvidia's putting the market on its back. BMY down 8.6. Whoa, I didn't see that one. Bristol Myers, down 8.6. This must be an earnings. Yep, big technical breakdown on BMY. Wow, that chart is getting beaten down. Beaten down on BMY. Where is their support on BMY? Look at that break of that trend line on BMY going all the way back to 2008, guys. Weekly chart. Pivot. You're breaking a massive range today on BMY. Looks like it's heading for your COVID lows. Bristol Myers Squibb not looking too hot at this point. Again, next ad level is 424.10 on the Qs. BMY getting trounced, decimated. QQQ SPY still pushing up. Google still down a couple. Snapchat's gone green, surprisingly, making a bullish reversal. Still seeing strength coming back into NVIDIA. Alright guys, Qs are almost at my next ad level. QQQ is approaching that 424.10. There it is. I just got filled there, guys, on the second entry. Second short entry. My average is now 423.82 on the Qs. 423.82. Meta's still trying to push. Nvidia's still pushing. QQQ only down 0.5% now, guys. 0.5% down on the Qs. Quite extraordinary price action. Next ad level on the Qs is 424.60. For our third entry, Meta taking us basically back to break even. Still unwavering strength at the moment. SPY's ripping. Looks like SPY's pushing for its gap. Qs look like they're pushing for its gap as well. So they're giving the markets a nice little facelift ahead of the earnings, trying to bounce it off the lows and save the market. Qs are absolutely ripping face at the moment. EQT, oil pumping, Nvidia and semis, Adobe moving, Boeing is moving sharply, Amazon, Meta is still firming, Microsoft's now participating. Meta's still trying to push to the break-even zone. Guys, Boeing is making a beautiful little reversal off the lows. Boeing, look at that bottoming tail starting to come into play. Adobe's making a beautiful reversal. Really, the market's not going to stop until Nvidia sees some downward pressure. As long as Nvidia remains firm. Dixie's now starting to spike a bit, guys. The DXY is starting to spike. Still holding QQQ common share short as well. Still no pullback in sight. Still holding Meta slightly green by about 35 cents. Nvidia is still trading at 830 and ripping. FOMO rally, a bit of a FOMO rally. Just 1 second, guys. I'm going to take a phone call. Qs are coming up here, guys. My next ad level, 424.60 is my third entry on the QQQ short side, 424.60. Still holding Meta at 439.35. Strength is being observed in Microsoft and Apple at the moment. I just got filled, guys. 424.62, 424.62. My average is now sitting at 424.14 on the Qs. 424.14. Final entry is at 425.10. This next green zone, 425.10 is my final entry. Meta's even starting to push. A lot of sectors are now turning green. Utilities, staples, industrials, energy, materials are all green. You still have regionals, retail down, financials and communications down. XLK still slightly negative. Real estate, healthcare, and consumer discretionary still slightly negative. But a monster push. Meta starting to see some more sellers. QQQ still just hovering at the highs. Microsoft, Apple, Google still pressing here. Still seeing pretty strong market price action occurring. So we've now pretty much retested the neckline of this head and shoulders breakdown. So take a look at this. Remember this breakdown that I was discussing with you? We're coming up into the Qs and testing this neckline of this head and shoulders breakdown. Quite extraordinary. I wish I just slapped the call button and held calls all day. Fuck. Could have been a nice little win there. Markets are definitely a little extended. Nvidia starting to see some sell side. It's basically flat on Meta. EQT still pumping. Oil's still trying to get above 83. Oil's now up to 0.27 and pushing. Adobe's trying to make a red to green reversal. Dixie's trying to firm up here. Still short Qs, still short Meta. Guys, I took a 75% loss on those 419 puts, so I apologize about that QQQ put trade, but those ones I got decimated on. So I don't think I'm going to do any more options for the day. I will look into some of the mega cap earnings to see what's occurring there. Again, oil's still ripping, guys. Oil stocks are trying to catch a bid here. It's trying to force the Dixie to move a little bit higher here in the near term, but oil's starting to catch a little bit of a momentum bid itself. And it's definitely moving in tandem with the market. As the market's pushing, oil's like, okay, I'm going to push too. And that's forcing the dollar to try to have to firm up off the lows here. Potential little flag pattern starting at the lows. Got to watch that carefully. Obviously Nvidia breaking down a touch, still phenomenally strong on the session. Meta's starting to push again. Next ad level on Meta is all the way up here at 442.80, this red bar. And then our double top. You have the SOXS potentially hitting a double bottom here. SOXS hitting a bit of a double bottom. Let's see if this holds the semis in place. Oversold. Nice divergence intraday. Obviously the Q's gap fill is sitting all the way up here at 426.40. EQT is still ripping, guys. Dollar's now trying to press. Meta, we're basically break even. Look at this EQT chart, guys. What a trade. Wow. What a monster. And look at the fake print. This is what I mean about a fake print on the daily. So you see that high wick on EQT on the daily? I'm just going to mark that. That's sitting at around 41.03. Then we flip to the 10-minute intraday chart. You can see price action has not actually hit there. So it's a fake print on EQT's chart. It likely means it's trying to push for that zone. So I mean, again, I'll show it to you. Daily chart, it's saying we wicked up to that 41.03. Intraday, we've actually never hit that price. Qs are now starting to come in a touch here, guys. Meta, we're basically slightly green. Qs were flat. Hopefully we can get some positive price action out of the market. All right, Qs are starting to cooperate now. Let's see Nvidia. Guys, I'm going to take a long here on the SOXS. A long on the SOXS just got filled at 37.40. 37.40. Long on the SOXS. This is high risk. Semis have been the powerhouse sector today. 37.40. And my stop loss is going to be basically the low of day. If we get a 1 minute close below the low of day, I will stop out. Meta's trying to firm up. Qs are still trying to firm up. Meta, next short level on Meta is coming up, guys. 442.28. I'll take the second entry. Right in line with this red bar. Nat gas back above $2. Looking at some of those other earnings, you've had IBM has had a nice bounce off the lows. ServiceNow had a really big bounce off the lows. Apple still pushing, Microsoft still pushing, Google curling down a touch, Amazon curling down a touch. Dixie's starting to break out here, guys. The DXY is starting to pump here, guys. And that's because oil's pumping. So we've had a weak dollar all market, and the markets have loved it. Now the Dixie's trying to firm up here in the short term. Alright guys, I just added to my Meta at 442.30. Got filled at. That's the second entry on Meta. My average is now sitting at 440.74. Nvidia trying to push back up, helping the Qs. Nat gas seeing some more volume trying to come in here. Boeing still pushing. Tesla, Apple, Microsoft still pushing. Meta's still pushing. QQQ still stuck in this range, but trying to firm up. A little bit more firming of price action in the markets. The VIX has almost gone negative. UVXY still up about 2.3. Gold, silver up about 0.9 each. SOXX up 2% on the SOXX. Oil pushing almost to 83, guys. Oil's almost at 83 a barrel, and it's still pushing hard. Qs are also pushing hard. Meta is starting to rip, guys. Meta is ripping here. Apple going for 170 at the moment. Microsoft trying to recapture 400 psych number. Yep, Nvidia coming into 830, pulling back a little bit here off that 830. It actually hit a high of 832 and change. So S&P only down 0.37 now. QQQ only down 0.46. You're seeing the market trying to go green here. How crazy would that be if the market goes green today? In terms of a profit target where I'm looking to cover on the Qs, basically around this EMA 113. So right now it's sitting at roughly just below 423. That's where I'm looking for the Qs to retest, and that's where I'm looking for a cover along this EMA 113. Meta, same sort of thing. I'm looking for a cover basically down in this 435 range, considering it's trying to press and break a little higher here. May have to adjust that target on the fly, but QQQ right along that EMA 113. SOXS trying to perk up a bit. Q's seeing some minor sell side. Meta's still trying to firm up here. Apple coming in. Tesla seeing some sellers. Amazon seeing some sellers. Microsoft still grinding higher and higher. Apple's seeing a little bit more downward pressure at the moment. Google's pushing though. Microsoft's still trading at 398.90. Amazon appears to be putting in some bullish consolidation. Looks like it wants to press higher. New high on Tesla. Oil's going for 83 a barrel. Almost, it just tapped 83 a barrel on oil. Q's just made a new high of day. Power coming from Microsoft. Microsoft almost at 400 now. Again, we have one more entry on the QQQ short, which is at 425.10. And then we still have two more entries on Meta. Our third one is coming up here. If we get through that third pivot, the next one's at 448 on Meta. Let's see if we get a downward shift here in the market. Microsoft still strong here. Nvidia coming in a touch. Amazon still trading at 173. Meta's still trying to firm up here. So you're seeing a little bit of semiconductor distribution at these highs. Seeing some volume coming into the SOXS in this region. Qs and Meta are still ripping here, guys. Meta's coming up into next target. It's going to be my third entry on Meta. Still really no pullback in sight in the markets. Microsoft trying to test 400. It's 50 cents away. 50 cents away on Microsoft. Microsoft has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 20-minute green candles in a row. QQQ still pressing here. EQT still trading near the highs of the session, up 2.3%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful move there. Adobe trying to go green. Boeing went green, up 0.4%. Oil still trying to hang on to 83 a barrel. Nat gas trying to hang on to $2. Tesla starting to see some downward pressure. Alright guys, I'll be right back. So a little bit more selling coming into the picture. You're seeing Microsoft running out of steam, almost recaptured 400. Maybe it'll make another attempt later on, but definitely a big extension move in the markets. We'll see if any of this rally is given up ahead of earnings. Obviously, you still have a lot of potential risk of Microsoft and Google disappointing, but we're going to have to wait and see if we can see any more downside. Still holding Meta short, still holding the QQQ short, still holding the SOXS long. Again, same target on this QQQ. I'm looking for a cover at the EMA 113. If we flush down there, Meta, same sort of thing. I'm looking for a cover if we back test this little downsloping trend line. SOXS, I'm looking for a move back to 38 bucks on SOXS. Whoops, keep being disconnected. Sorry, guys. You also have T-Mobile after the bell, Intel after the bell, KLA after the bell, Gilead Sciences after the bell, Capital One, Edward Life Sciences, Team, ticker TEAM. You have Dexcom, AJG, so some pretty big, L3 Harris, pretty big names after the bell. Agnico Eagle Mines, a little bit of gold exposure, silver and gold. Alright, we're starting to see the Qs weaken here just a touch. Still waiting on Meta. Still waiting on the Qs. Again, QQQ cover. Just telling you ahead of time. This EMA 113, currently it's sitting at 423.30. Look at this. We're selling off. The Qs are now trying to revert back to this channel. Again, there's still a scenario where the Qs could actually come all the way back down to the low end of this channel. You can see how we've been teetering outside of it for so long. Getting a bounce though. Basically, we're just flat on the Qs, flat on this SOXS, flat on Meta. A simple retrace of this whole entire down move and then up move, you know, takes us to 423.29. 423.29 is a 236 retrace of this entire down move to up move. Nat Gas saw a dip but getting bought up. Heavy volume being traded right now in Nat Gas. Oil back above 83 with conviction. Oil's now up on the session 0.79. So I'm still in the camp. Every single time oil starts to press and move, that's when you start to get rate expectations, inflation expectations change pretty quickly when oil starts to get going. And that's where you have to have the dollar firm up, you have to have yields firm up, which changes the pricing of the equity market. So I still think oil's really the number one thing to watch moving forward. Gives us insights into the geopolitical risk. But oil right now is just moving quite sharply to the upside. Look at this rally in oil off of the lows. So I mean, this is not healthy for the markets. You're going to have to see the yields and dollar firm up again. If oil holds this price action, look at that little interim breakout. I mean, your next resistance really back to 85, 86 bucks a barrel. So we're just going to watch this oil trade here because it's a monster right now and it is pumping, and it's going to have to cause the markets and yields to reprice again. based off of inflation expectations. But not a healthy sign for inflation. Meta, we're now green on Meta. Good to see. Still looking for the Qs to fall a bit more. Nat gas still trying to hold $2 with force. Nice little breakdown in the Qs. We're green on Meta, green on the Qs. I'm still holding both. Now our semiconductor long is also starting to, our SOXS long starting to firm up. So all three positions are green at the moment. I still haven't covered the Qs, but it's close to target, guys. Get ready on that EMA. I'm going to cover the full position on the Qs. I'm going to leave Meta a little bit more. Because Meta is more weaker than the Qs, I'm okay with letting this one ride a little bit. A lot of the times fund managers have to liquidate when a mega cap breaks a volatility range. So Meta gapping down, 12-13% breaks a lot of volatility ranges in some institutional rules. So sometimes quant funds have to follow their rules, and once they break a vol range, you have to liquidate and sell and reassess, no matter if you think it's coming up or down. All right, QQQ coming down some more, guys. Get ready to cover on that dip there. So we are looking to take some profits on the Qs coming up here. All right, guys, QQQ just tapped that EMA. I'm all out of the Qs. Still holding Meta. But I covered the QQQ for a beautiful 77-cent gain there. Beautiful job on the Qs. Still holding this SOXS. We're deep in the money now. Still holding Meta. I'm looking for a move to 38 bucks on the SOXS, guys. 38 bucks. Look at the Qs dump, guys. Look at the Qs dumping here. I'm still holding Meta, guys. I'm up about 300 bucks or so. Just waiting for more. Big bounce there in the Qs. So that was a nice little profit target. Nice little win. Oil's still ripping. It hasn't really subsided. So oil's still pumping. So nice little win on that QQQ short. Still holding Meta, guys. Still holding SOXS. Could have taken profits on this SOXS, but didn't. Again, Meta, I'm looking for potentially a move down. I was going to cover at this trend line, but I think we could see a little bit more of a downward move in Meta. I'm looking at a cover between this pivot. So 435 and 434, I'm looking to cover Meta. Pretty substantial bounce back in the Qs. Let's see if they want to take it back down again. Oil's still ripping, guys. Oh my god. I don't know if there's any sort of geopolitical conflict. Nothing spiking the dollar or the VIX at the moment, but oil's just ripping here, guys. Oil, that's concerning. It's very, very concerning on oil. Nice little 10-minute chart breakout. Looking to confirm it. Starting to soften up. You can see as oil starts to soften, Qs are catching another little bid here. Let's see if we get one more little down move on Meta. It's holding that breakout support zone. Qs are starting to come back down a bit. Again, next support on the Qs is this upsloping trend line. You break that, you're heading to the low of this channel. So you are potentially seeing some signs of people moving a little bit more defensively ahead of the mega caps earnings tonight. That's certainly a possible scenario. You're still seeing oil trying to press, so obviously that's kind of hindering the market at this point. Semiconductors are coming in a touch here. Still holding Meta with 100 share. I'm up about almost 300, 280 and climbing. Qs are still coming in, guys. So we're green on Meta, green on SOXS. Took profits on our QQQ short. And you could be shaping up for a potential little head and shoulders here on the Qs. Left shoulder head, a little bit of a right shoulder forming here. If this were to trigger, I mean, that sends us basically pretty sharply lower on the Qs. If this triggers, that sends us back to about 421. That would choke a lot of the momentum out of this rally. Meta's still trying to hold this little trend line. It's not what I want to see. QQQ still kind of struggling in this range, holding that EMA 113 at the moment. Again, Apple selling off, Meta selling off a little bit, Nvidia still trying to hold steady, Google still trying to hold steady here. Here comes the bigger break in the Qs, guys. We're still short Meta, long SOXS. QQQ, come on down, Meta. Can we make another like 600 on Meta? Again, I'm looking for this between 435 pivot and 434. Right in this range here, I'm looking for Meta cover. So again, I have 100 shares short on Meta. SOXS still trying to push up. So again, my target on this SOXS is 38 bucks. The reason why you're struggling here is because you have some resistance at this pivot, this previous little pivot zone from this morning. Qs are breaking down though, guys. So again, I have 100 shares short Meta, I have 1,000 shares long SOXS. I'm looking for about a $6 move down on Meta. I'm looking to take profits soon. Still riding. I could take about 340 off the table, but I'm looking for a little bit more based off of this QQQ sell-off, based off of oil rallying, Dixie firming up. Qs could be in for a little bit of near-term trouble. A little bit of near-term trouble. Maybe a nuke went off, or Skynet became self-aware. Actually, the market would probably consider, yeah, I would consider that bullish. Skynet. That's pretty funny. All right, Qs are starting to firm up here. So you can argue that the Qs are potentially trying to trigger a little bit of a head and shoulders here. It's not really a nice right shoulder, but you're trying to break it on a technical basis. So let's see what happens here. Semiconductor bear ETF moving up quite nicely. Look at the breakdown in the Qs, guys. Look at that. It's slowly coming. Still holding Meta, guys. We're waiting on Meta. All right, semiconductors are acting well here, guys. Semis are acting very, very well. Look at Meta fall, guys. Boom. This is what I'm talking about. Yes! Finally, man. We've been waiting for this decline on Meta. All right, guys. We're coming up into target 1 on this pivot zone. I'm still holding SOXS. Meta having a nice bear flag breakdown. Look at this sell side. Yes, and I'm just putting in my lotto trades right now. All right, guys. I'm still holding Meta, still holding SOX. Interested in maybe taking some profits here. Still looking for a little bit more downside. Oil's still ripping here, guys. Dixie's still trying to move higher. QQQ back below its EMA 113, shaping up for a potential. Now, if you lose this trend line, you're going to the low of this channel. I'm still holding Meta on the short side. Took profits on our Qs, still holding the SOX. SOX, you know, we're almost at target. I wouldn't be, if you want to take profits here, I mean, we're up 460 bucks on myself. But I'm still looking for a $38 target on the SOXS. Members, I'm just updating my, going through some of the earnings plays, some lotto plays on Google and Microsoft. Those are the ones I'm currently reviewing. Oil still ripping, EQT still ripping, dollar taking a bit of a breather here. QQQ still in somewhat trouble. Meta's had a nice bounce off the lows. Semis are still trying to firm up here. Qs are still coming in. We're still holding both Meta and SOX. Meta almost hit my first target. Well, it did. I still didn't cover. I'm holding for more. Qs are breaking down here, guys. QQQ is breaking down. Semiconductor bear ETF catching a bid here. Alright, guys, just running through a couple things here. Thanks, Whiskey. Thank you, thank you. 420 on QQ. Thank you, thank you. Tesla getting a big stick to the upside at the moment. Google curling down. Meta still coming down. QQQ still trying to hold this little neckline zone. Alright, guys, so I've run through. I've given my members some of my options plays on Google. Again, anything trading into the earnings is a pure gamble. Just recognize that if you're taking short-dated options, calls or puts, it's a pure gamble. Pure gamble. No one has a crystal ball unless you're, an institution or Google or Microsoft or one of these companies itself. But pure gamble. Please size according to your risk tolerance. Nothing here is financial advice, and basically don't play with what you can't afford to lose. So, if you only have $1,000 in your account and you're willing to risk that all, by all means, that's up to you. But if that's your only money, really, it's not the smartest thing to do. So I've taken some small positions going into both on Microsoft and Google. Those are the primaries I'm looking at. I do have hedges for both positions, so just keep this aware. My primary, a hedge is supposed to act as a protection trade. So for instance, let's just discuss this. So Microsoft, my primary trade. I'm also going to type these in. So earning a lotto plays, not financial. Again, please recognize these are not financial advice. So, my primary position, I'm taking a 405 call. Sorry, I'm just typing this in here. And I'm just keeping it light for myself. Some people like to go much, much heavier, but I just keep it fairly light. So my Microsoft, I'm discussing Microsoft now. So Microsoft primary 405 call, one contract. And then I have as a hedge on Microsoft, I have a 370 put, one contract. So again, I'm leaning more bullish on Microsoft into this earnings with the primary 405 call, and then the hedge is the 370 put. The 405 call I got filled at $7, $7.05 actually, and the put I got filled at $2.31. So there's about $700 on the call side, and there's about $230 on the put side. Okay. Again, this is just for me, my preference. Please recognize this is a gamble. I could lose on both. You could absolutely lose on both trades. Just because you hedge something doesn't mean it stays. For instance, we're taking 405 calls and 370 puts. What if Microsoft just stays here at 396? Then we're fucked. Both ways. So just recognize that even though we're hedging, we could still lose on both trades, right? So just recognize a hedge is not guaranteed to protect you, although it does increase your chances of being protected. It does not guarantee protection. Just want you to recognize that. Oil's still at the highs, ripping. It's now up 1.12%. All right, let's look at the Google earnings play. All right, Google. I'm going to put the primary first. So it's a 149 put. GOOGL. 5 contracts. All right, guys, I've posted some of those earnings lotto plays. Again, please size them for 0. Go into the trade expecting to lose. You have to go into the trade expecting to lose. If you go into the trade sizing, oversizing, especially on earnings, you're going to get wrecked. Again, I'm positioning and allocating this capital as if it's going to go to 0. So I'm okay with losing the 405, the 370 put on Microsoft. I'm okay with losing the 149 Google and the 165 Google call. So I'm okay losing all 4 trades. Am I expecting to lose them? No, but I'm okay with losing them. Just recognize that there's IV crush. Anything can change. All right, guys, I'm going to step away for a little bit here. But I'll be right back, and I am gonna stream the earnings. Oil's still continuing to rally here, guys. So oil's still continuing. Tesla's just surging here, guys. Tesla's ripping. Tesla's now up 3.66%, making a new high. It just pierced yesterday's high. You haven't got to close above it, but it just pierced yesterday's high on Tesla. So that's kind of impressive to see. Tesla breaching yesterday's high pivot. That's a nice short-term sign for Tesla. Looking to continue to build momentum here. So again, guys, my primary 405 call on Microsoft. So that means I'm bullish Microsoft into earnings, or at least bullish the reaction. Hedge is the 370 put. My primary play on Google, I'm bearish Google. 149 put on Google. Hedge 165 call. So I'm expecting a negative reaction on Google, positive reaction on Microsoft. Alright guys, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm actually looking to just take profits on Meta here because the Qs are getting a facelift. You know, instead of taking profits, I'm just going to put a break-even stop loss on Meta. So my average here is 440.74, and I'm putting a break-even stop loss on Meta. Okay. SOXS still holding. But Qs are getting a really big surge here. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys. So Qs are trying to push right back up. Meta did stop me out for break even on that trade. Still holding the SOXS at 37.40. I'm kind of considering swinging this one potentially overnight. Yeah, NIO is moving a bit. You know, you have Tesla ripping, basically outperforming majority of the mega caps. So other than Nvidia and AVGO and SMT, but yeah, Neo's ripping. Neo currently up on the session, 0.24, going from red to green. Nice 4-hour rally on NIO. FRSN up 70%. Yeah, that's a big move on FSR. Didn't catch that one myself. I was waiting for a little bit lower an entry, and then I just decided to stay away from it. I forgot about it. I was looking for a 5-cent retrace. Got a decent retrace here, but yeah, it's just pumping. It's pumping, and I mean, it makes it look like there's two real upside targets on FSRN. This gap fill at 8 cents, and then obviously this mega gap fill at 13 cents. You get through those, then I mean, oh my goodness, like this stock's gonna try pumping for this 30-cent gap, and then even the 72-cent gap. I don't even think you can get calls on this name. You might have to take calls wildly out of the money on this name, which is kind of just sets you up for a loss. But I don't know, probably what. I'm just eating a little snack here, guys. So I'm still in front of the mic here, computer. I'm just gonna mute it in between bites so that people don't hear me chewing. But as of now, still holding SOXS slightly down. I've given you my put lotto plays on Google and Microsoft. Again, I'm leaning more bullish Microsoft into earnings, at least the reaction more bullish, and leaning more bearish the reaction on Google. Again, earnings, you know, it really doesn't matter if earnings are good or bad. We've seen companies go up on bad earnings like Tesla. We've seen companies go down on good earnings like Meta. So it's not really the earnings that's good or bad that matters. It's just the reaction. Just the reaction. Look at the rip on the Qs. Wow, what a bounce on the Qs. Huge bounce. Looks like they could squeeze us into the end of the day. A little bit of a bearish divergence occurring now with higher highs in price on the Qs. There's another short trade on the Qs up in this 425 range, guys. I do like it as a potential short. Common shares though, just commons. I'm gonna look to short the Qs if we push up into this little pivot zone here. 425.17. Get ready, guys. Get ready. Hitting 425 now. I'm not filled yet. I'm waiting for a pierce of 425. Preferably 425.17 gets me back interested on the short side. This is mega resistance though, and Meta's pushing now. Semis are coming down. Oil's still ripping. Nvidia. All right, guys, I'm short the Qs here. 425.17. 425. So this is a 1/4. 1/4. I've got 100 shares short. I'm going to take this position up to 400 shares in the last 40 minutes if necessary. So I'm short the Qs again. Starter position 100 shares short. All right, we're getting a nice little reaction there. Target on the Qs, basically back to this EMA 113. I mean, there might be a scenario where next ad level on the Qs, if we start pushing through this, it's basically about every 50 cents higher, 40 to 50 cents higher. QQQ coming in a touch here. Guys, look at Tesla. Holy fuck. Whoa. Sorry for swearing there, but whoa, up 5% now. Is there news on Tesla, guys? Whoa, look at that squeeze. Holy on Tesla. Jesus. That's an epic squeeze. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's insane. Tesla's just a monster today. Would you short Meta at 444? Holy, Tesla's just ripping off my screen here. Meta at 444. Well, I mean, I'm short the Qs, so yeah, if I think the Qs are going to go down, obviously Meta is very likely to go down as well. So 444 is good. I think so. Even in this range, I think is decent. But yeah, 444 looks like good spot. I mean, even if it's just in line with this kind of double top pivot, you do have this little trend line as well, down sloping, which kind of puts you, yeah, right at 444.50, 444.60. Nvidia is still at the high of day. So that was a huge pump there on Tesla, guys. Huge pump. I'm still short the Qs. 425.17 starter position, 100 shares. They look like they want to try to take this market positive into the close. That would be quite extraordinary. That would be quite extraordinary. Qs are now coming in a touch. Qs are now coming in a touch. Just 1 second, guys. I'm going to take a phone call here. In terms of the QQQ trade, if we flush down into, what are we looking at? If that's about a 50-60 cent drop. Yeah, I'd take, since it's late in the session, if we knife into this support zone, I'd prefer to take profits at the EMA again, just like we did that one decline off of here. But since it's late in the session, I won't mind taking profits right at this neckline. Okay? But I just have to take a quick fall. So target 1, this neckline, target 2, your EMA, target 3, this upsloping. We are knifing here, so we're in the money. Let's see if we can continue to print off of this QQQ short. Again, 33 minutes left in the session. Yeah, Boeing's a monster, guys. Boeing's a monster. That's why we started buying yesterday. Now in the green. Look at that bottoming tail on Boeing. That could mark a significant low. Now, Boeing, there's always a chance we can still go down to about 140, but as of now, I'm expecting a bounce to continue in Boeing. But that's a nice little reversal. Gap down, red is down over 1.5%, I think, at the lows. Now it's up 2%. Beautiful bottoming tail. And I'm looking for a much more upside in Boeing. Much more. Still a quality company. Yes, there's so much negative news headlines around it. But that one's shaping up to be a nice little trade. Come on, people. Let's see if we get people to take some profits ahead of earnings. All right, come on, Qs, chop it down. Let's see some profit taking ahead of this earnings. That's the prudent thing to do. Risk management tells us there should be some profit taking, but again, markets are still technically down on the session. And you're seeing buy the dippers coming in full force. Full force bought stocks at 26.82. 26.82. I don't even have stocks going down there. I have it at, oh, you probably meant 36.82. 36.82. It's at 36.95 right now. Boeing's just a monster continuing to rip here. And we'll stream some of the earnings, guys. All right, guys, QQQ coming down here. Let's get ready to take some profits. Again, I'm going to take half of my shares. I only have 100 shares on the Qs short right now, but I'm going to cover half here at this trend line. Instantly move stop to break even after we hit this level. Profit target 2 is down here. I'll cover the remaining shares right on this EMA 113. Here we go. Drop it down. Give it to us. Give it to us. Come on. They just don't want to chop it down just yet. Google still pressing, Tesla still pressing, Amazon pressing, Nvidia curling down a touch, Apple curling down a touch. Apple hit 170. Microsoft still trading under 400. So interesting to see now. You have certain parts of the NASDAQ performing well, pushing up while the Qs are pushing down. Semis are seeing distribution. Meta's seeing a little spike. You're seeing Tesla pushing and holding that high of day from yesterday, above yesterday's high of day. So still some strength, but QQQ, we're in the money on our short right now. Still looking for more. Final few minutes of trading here. Profit target 1 is coming, guys. Half the position will be trimmed here and covered. And then I'm going to move my stop to break even. Oil's still ripping 83.50 here. 83.50 on oil. We are almost back testing the support. Alright guys, I just covered half, 424.40. Moving stop to break even on the Qs. Okay. Nice little win. Nice little win. Let's see if we can keep flushing this. The weakness is coming from Apple right now. Apple, a little bit through Nvidia. Microsoft's now seeing some downward pressure, but it's really Apple. Apple's seeing that downward pressure. Tesla's still holding firm. Tesla's not budging right now. Look at Tesla. Tesla's still holding. Now seeing a little bit of downward pressure. But that sell-off was in Apple. Nice little 3-bar surge down on the 2-minute chart. You can see Apple's been hitting this EMA today once, twice here, and bounce. So maybe expect a retest of that EMA. It still would mean putting in higher lows on the day on Apple. Still technically a bullish trend. Paramount getting wrecked. Look at that bar down on Paramount, guys. P-A-R-A. P-A-R-A, guys. P-A-R-A. Guys, I'm going to take a $12 put on Paramount. $12 put on Paramount. Expiry tomorrow. Got filled at 13 cents. 13 cents. This is a day trade, a quick day trade. Look at this. It's already moving down, guys. $12 put. I got filled at 13 cents. Expiry tomorrow. The spread just all of a sudden shot up. It's now between 17 and 20. Spread is about 3 cents at the moment. Qs are still falling. $12, guys. $12 put. I'm in. I'm already at 13 cents. The spread is huge. It's a 10-cent spread. It's going crazy right now on Paramount. So watch your fills. Don't just take a random fill with a 10-cent spread. That is just absolutely insane. Look at this move down. Qs I'm still holding. Alright guys, I just covered my full Q position short. I just covered it here at 423.80. Still riding a Paramount put. I'm going to switch these screens. Paramount up there. We're going to put our SOXS. Paramount is the spread is now 7 cents. Again, I'm looking for a move to 12 bucks. Wow, Paramount's ripping, guys. Ripping. 10-cent spread still, 9 and 19 cents. Absolutely wild. Paramount is going bananas. QQQ still under pressure. Late day sell off. You're seeing Microsoft looking fairly heavy. Meta as well, back under 440. Tesla coming in, but Nvidia's starting to bounce. So this is where the Qs could start to firm up a touch. Holy shit, that's crazy. So I'm still riding this $12 put on Paramount. Seeing if it wants to break down some more. Right now it's a 5-cent spread between 10 and 15. It's common sense buying some Google and Microsoft puts. Sorry, I also bought some NDX and SPY puts that went sideways, but I'll treat them as a hedge for if Google and Microsoft miss expectations. Yeah, it's always good to hedge. I mean, not always good. I should retract that statement. Not always good, but certain situations. Hedging's a tool. Tomorrow we do have some inflationary data tomorrow. Today we got PCE came in much hotter, GDP came in lower, yield still spiked, 10-year yield still up 1.25% today. So definitely showing long-term bond market participants are expecting higher yields at this point in time, which could be pointing towards a hotter CPI print. Semis are now seeing some more downside. Nvidia taking a fall here. Whiskey business, maybe LOB, daily head and shoulders, testing a trend. Thoughts? Is LOB a ticker? LOB. Qs are trying to stabilize here, but could easily continue selling. MJ stocks down. Yes, they are. Look at MSOS. That's down. CGC. That's trading at 872, down 2.7. ACB down 6.25. All right, guys, final 14 minutes, and then we have several earnings to hit the tape here. TLT, obviously that's tracking the 20-year, making new lows. Let's look at the Russell today. Russell surprisingly only down 0.75. It's still lagging. The market is the worst performing right now. But Still trying. Seeing nat gas, seeing a little bit of selling. Oil still holding at 83.50. A bullish reversal on oil to get it back above all of its important short-term daily moving averages. And basically not good for inflation expectations. We're in a sensitive environment right now. Obviously, mega cap tech can start to sway that if they perform better on earnings. Again, we're still seeing Paramount trying to weaken here, break down. Paramount is still trying to break down here. Let's look at the daily chart of Paramount. Sitting at 1225. Off of a gap up, trying to break through this key resistance. All right, now the spread is between 13 and 50 cents on the $12 put for Paramount. I'm sitting right at 13 cents. Expiry tomorrow. Small size on this. Just a quick trying to scalp it off of news. QQQ still struggling. So you look at the SOXX, that's again starting to outperform a little bit here late in the session. Still have that SOXS $38 target on watch. Some decent volume being traded here in the QQQ. So whenever you trade a lot of amount of volume in a range, in a tight range, generally you can have a big directional move in either way. It works both to the upside and to the downside. So look at this volume that's just been on the sell-off. If we break it, we could have a flush. If we can hold it, we can have obviously a pop out of this range. SOXS still looking for that $38 target. So far in the SOX Bear ETF today, SOXS, there's above average volume, 27 million shares so far. Average 20 days has been around 17. So a decent volume day. All right, so going into the close here, final 7 minutes, and we do have some mega cap earnings. Oil's finishing the day phenomenally strong, making a bullish reversal. Tesla finishing the day strong. SMCI, AMD, Nvidia, Apple. Weakness still in the Qs, S&P, and Russell. All indices negative. You do have bonds under pressure today with interest rates on the rise. Gold, silver holding some steady gains. So into the close right now, Microsoft down 2.36%, some selling. And then you look at Google down 2.14%. So definitely some selling in both names heading into earnings. Microsoft testing that psychological 400 number right now. Google trading at 155.90. That's the L shares. So it's going to be interesting to see if the sell side pressure that experienced in mega caps today is going to get gapped up and over with bullish earnings reactions, or do we gap down? Do we have mix? Do we hold steady? It's going to be an interesting session here. Microsoft and Google, extremely important. QQQ getting a nice little bounce. All right, guys, I just sold out of my Paramount puts. I got 19 cents exit, 19 cents from 13 to 19. It's now down 4.18% on the session, Paramount. It looks to be heading to at least 12 bucks. You have this little previous gap. That's going to be an important zone. Let's flip back to what Nvidia is doing here. Microsoft closing well off the lows. Well off the lows. Again, Intel's another important name. Honestly, guys, if Intel gaps down, I think it's one that I might buy. Yeah, if Intel gaps down, guys, I likely will be buying. Are watching Microsoft or watching Google here. Google's actually dropping slightly so far. Microsoft starting to pump. Microsoft's getting a really big pump here. They're pumping Microsoft. They are pumping Microsoft. Let's see if that's the continued move. So the keys are pushing up here. Microsoft is pushing. Intel's actually falling here in the after hours. I'm looking at buying Intel. Look at Microsoft go. Microsoft's up over 5% at the moment. So we're seeing Intel falling, Microsoft pushing, Google's now pushing up. Big bump in Google. Look at this. Look at that move in Google. New all-time highs. New all-time highs in Google. Massive move. Google's up over 10%. What a monster move. What a monster move. So Intel got demolished. Google's up to 172 in the after hours. 10.11% here and pushing. Monster move. This is going to lift the QQQ up drastically, the S&P as well. So a monster move up, a really big move up in the indices. So we're seeing Microsoft continuing, Intel still falling here on the chart. Intel's coming down. Let's take a look at Roku. Roku's pushing up. Roku's seeing a nice bid here. Google's now up over 12% pushing. Sorry guys, I'm just managing some positions here. The Qs are up 1.5% in the after hours here. Members, we just took profits on Roku, ROKU, ROKU. Look at Google go, guys. Whew. Wow. That's crazy. Microsoft's still holding. Google's up about 12.5, 13. Intel's still falling here. Microsoft starting to come in a little bit here. Let me just flip back to Microsoft. So we are seeing that one starting to come in a little bit. Still very, very strong. But Google, look at that. That's insane. What an insane bar. Intel still falling here. Let's take a look at Capital One, COF. Seeing a little bit of downside. They beat their expectations slightly. Let's look at Gilead. Seeing a little bit of a dip, but being bought up. This one's another one that's just been beaten down. Quality name into this previous impulse candle breakout bar. You lost that one, that's bearish. Google keeps pressing here. Let's take a look at Snap. That one's gapping up on earnings nicely there. So you can see the previous all-time high on Google was just breached. Snapchat is performing exceptionally well at the moment. You also have these earnings lifting Meta a touch. So Snapchat got a bid. Microsoft obviously caught a big bid in the after hours here. Still not at all-time highs, but a decent range. Back into the high 400s. Intel got hit pretty hard. I'll just read out some of the earnings here. Laura's reporting Microsoft reports quarter 3 294 versus estimate of 282, so that's why it popped. 61.9 bill versus 60.6. Intel reports quarter 1 18 cents is for the 13 cents estimate. Revenue 12.7 billion versus 12.8. Q2 guidance low, below estimates. Let's look at the QQQ. Look at that. Snapchat ripping. Look at that move. Wow. Monster. Gilead catching a monster bid as well. Look at that. Look at that reversal on GILD. 4.8. Nice reversal. Looks like it's going to engulf this. Let's see, team here. It's falling slightly. CEO stepping down there. Snap continuing. Google just holding steady. Nvidia SOXX. So you're seeing Microsoft still pushing, Google getting bought back up. Intel still falling here. Intel still falling. All right, guys. So that's pretty much the net impact. Let me just go through a few things here before I close the stream out. I am going to end the stream here. So wow, what a monster. So you see, this is a scenario where we took some lotto plays, obviously on Microsoft and Google, and we got Microsoft right, our primary, but we got Google wrong. But this is a scenario where a teachable moment, our hedge position for Google, just doing the calculations. So we took a 165 call hedge on Google, which as long as it holds here, it's obviously in the money by about 10 bucks. Again, we did the calls. $1.37. Got filled at $1.37. I only took 2 of those to hedge my 5 puts. Intel's still falling pretty precipitously here. It's now coming up into a major gap fill here, Intel. Major gap fill and pivot zone. So Microsoft settling in around 418. Google right now settling in around the mid 170s, 175. Seems to be a solid area for now. Seems to be like we're settling here. Intel's still going down. So I'm just running through this calculation here. Okay, so what are we trading at right now? 170. Holy crap, I gotta extend my range. 170. Let's just do 180 range. Just running some calculations on what these puts would be worth based off of what we took them at on the hedge. So we're looking at Google calls. The call hedge that we took for Google, 165 call, $1.37. So basically, if we hold here on Google at 175, sorry, just give me a second. See, this is a scenario where those 2 contracts that we took as the hedge could go up to about, if we stay here, they could be up about 645%. 645%. Obviously, the primary that we took was the Google put. Those 5 contracts will be down to basically 0. So that's like that's an automatic 0. But the hedge covers the full position and actually makes you about just over $150. It's going to be interesting if it holds. Microsoft primary position that we took was the 405 call. We took 405 call priced at 705. Let me just run the numbers here. So tomorrow, as long as Google holds here, I'll be closing that hedge for a little bit of a gain. Intel's still falling. Microsoft's coming down. Obviously, both earnings calls are still set to take place. But it should be a solid trending day tomorrow. You know, you still have a few big companies to report. Amazon, you know, is another important one to the ecosystem. That's still next week, though. Apple, Nvidia, obviously in a few days. Couple weeks for Nvidia. But solid trend day for the QQQ. We closed at 424.35, gapping up to 429.44. Again, our members took profits in the Roku pop. We were able to secure a nice little swing trade, sold that position basically at the highs. Look at that. We sold at 68.90. 68.9. And look at that full on reversal. Wow. That's insane. This is why earnings are crazy, because price action can, you know, reverse. It can drop. You know, it was up sharply and now it's reversing. And the market's been strong. It's not like, you know, the market of the Qs, the S&P isn't performing well in the after hours, but we were able to take a nice 12.7% win. Literally sent the alert out at 4:06 on this candle. Holy shit. And look at this round trip. I almost want to go long Roku now because it's right back down to my entry. That's insane. That's insane. That's what's fun about the common shares too. Instead of the options, all the options are closed. So, all right, let's flip back to Google. That's still just holding very, very firmly at the moment. So right now we're seeing Google softening up a bit. Intel's still coming down sharply. Intel currently down about just under 9%. Around this 3170 actually completes the measured move down on Intel. The Intel triggered a head and shoulders pattern way up here. And the fully measured move of this pattern is coming up. Intel's coming up into the fully measured move. It's actually superseded it. Really depending on where you draw the neckline from, but probably from here. There will be a live stream tomorrow, but it's going to be busy open for me. I probably won't be doing the open live. I'll still have the live stream. I'll try to get the live stream up and going, but I might be quiet on the mic tomorrow just for the first little bit while I trade. But I plan to come on for a little bit of the afternoon session at some point. I'll still be sending out alerts to my members, giving them some guidance what I'm seeing. Microsoft coming down a bit here. All right, thanks guys. Cheers, cheers, cheers. I'm gonna close out the stream here. Just some final comments. So Google, Microsoft, obviously powerhouse companies gapping up the market. As long as they hold into their earnings call, this is going to be a strong trend day in the market. However, there will be some resistance points. The important thing that we have to recognize is that there still could be a scenario where we see these companies strong lifting the QQQs, but certain aspects of the semiconductors could lag. So kind of what I'm looking for is maybe some pairs trading opportunity long some of these cloud-based stocks and shorting maybe some of the semiconductors if we see weakness. Obviously, Intel's seeing weakness right now, but that one's still getting to some extremely oversold simple mean reversion rubber band. This one is still a company that people will be accumulating, so this one could easily have a snapback, but look for certain semiconductors to show some additional weakness, and I think there could be some opportunities to still play some longs in the Qs, but shorting some individual names as a little bit of a hedge. So we'll see if Google and Microsoft can hold these gains. As of now, it appears to be that they are. But again, I've seen reversals in earnings calls. I've seen both these companies do reversals, but as of now, they're looking pretty firm and strong and respect the power in the near term. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. Bitcoin closing at 64.7, not really moving too much. Positive on the session. All right, guys, members, stay ready for the daily analysis video. I have a few things to discuss. Obviously, there were some positions that we closed today for a nice little profit, and we just entered into a couple new positions based off of what has transpired in the market with some earnings reports. So there will be some new things to discuss. Commodities like oil, nat gas, obviously are telling us some important signals. There's things to discuss about the oil inventories, how price action has reacted off of those numbers, how price action has reacted off of the nat gas inventories. Lots to discuss. On that note, take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts tomorrow. Thank you all.